Welcome to tonight's pre-meeting. We have reason for executive session.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the first item on the pre-meeting agenda is a proposed executive session for a discussion of a personnel matter, discussion of next steps in city manager recruitment pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C1 and Colorado Revised Statute 246402-4F1.
I'm going to go around the room and poll you if you're willing to go into executive session and keep things confidential.
Obie, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Dave Demott, yes.
Sarah Normella, yes.
Nancy McNally, yes. Claire?
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I would ask the clerk to go on to a separate recording for the executive session. And we'll note that it's 6:32 p.m. on Monday, the 12th of August. And at the conclusion of
Welcome to tonight's meeting of August 12th, 2024. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the City Council meeting for August 12th, 2024. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind attendees there is an expectation that this meeting shall not be disrupted and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. No attendee shall engage in audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. Roll call, please.
Counselor Carmelia. Counselor DeMott.
Present.
Counselor Azadi.
Here.
Counselor Hott.
Present.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
And Counselor Ireland.
Here.
Oh, yeah. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that we allow Councilor Carmelia to participate remotely tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on a motion to allow Councilor Carmelia to attend virtually tonight. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Welcome aboard. That brings us to the minutes of July 22nd. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the July 22nd, 2024 meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of July 22nd, 2024. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There are no presentations tonight. The public comment portion of this meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with City Council. Each participant is given no more than 5 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there is a public hearing scheduled, which there is not tonight, so you don't have to worry about that. This evening, the city clerk informed me that we received 18 emails and 1 voicemail by the deadline, which have been transcribed and posted to the online agenda packet and forwarded directly to City Council. City Clerk, would you please call our first live speaker to the podium?
The first speaker is Luis Corchado.
Welcome.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Council, good evening. Luis Corchado, Westminster resident. From my email today, you know what I'm going to talk about? Well, you knew before my email. Wards. First of all, I do want to thank council, the staff, and the committee. I've watched the work. It's been a lot, and I really appreciate it. So I can't say you guys didn't put in the hard work, so I appreciate that. I do want to focus on one particular issue, and that is the 10% deviation. My overarching theme for this whole 5 minutes, if I talk that long, is that equal districts to me is number one, as you know, and by far number one, except for voting rights. Everything else is a distant factor of significance. So 3 points that I want to make tonight is things that you probably know, but what 10% means to me anyway, from what I read from the ballot initiative, or I'm sorry, the ballot question, how gerrymandering, which you probably know, is a weapon for, how 10% deviation, the wider deviation, is a weapon for gerrymandering, and how communities of interest can factor in, or how it might factor into this conversation. First of all, what does it mean? It's still not clear from the ballot to me whether it means 10% from the ideal district. If I missed that, I apologize. But I was looking for that word because it doesn't say that it's 10% from any other district. Negligible difference, but it's 10% from the ideal district, which means If you assume that we have 115,000 residents, which we have about now, and you divide that into 3 wards, it comes out to 38,000 and change. So if it's 10% from the ideal, is this on? Yeah. So if it's 10% from the ideal district, you're talking about 3,800 people that you can have a variance for 10%. That's a lot of people. The average density in Westminster is about 3,700 people per square mile. So that's the people on the square mile. That's from here to Lowell, going east, and down to 84th, that square, roughly. Check my math. I am a lawyer. Could be off. But that is a lot of people. And so when you think about moving those folks around, you really have a lot of wiggle room with 4,000 people. Talk about how this is a weapon for gerrymandering. You've already figured this out. Anyone who is good at this game, and I've been doing this for a long time, they're only getting better, and they have a lot more money and a lot more sophistication. When I did this back in the 90s, there was no Maptitude, ArcGIS, all that stuff. But now people go to Front Range, they get an ArcGIS degree, they get easy access to all this sophisticated mapping, and with just the push of a few buttons, they can draw 15 districts that mixes in voting data, what party you belong to. There's so many factors to really, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying that is what happens every year now for redistricting. And 4,000 people really gives them a lot of room to move the lines around. So a recent example of how ugly it can get, and I wasn't there then, but the city across the highway, the last time they went through this, they have a 10% deviation. I wish you would have watched how they drew their lines. First of all, they made sure that Ward 4 wasn't touched very much because they had it locked in. That person was in charge of that city. I'm running out of time. They moved around another ward so a previous Ward 4 person could run for that ward. And they used that 10% deviation to create the wards exactly how they wanted, thinking they would win the elections they wanted. So there really is a recent example of how bad this can get. Communities of interest will be used, point number 3, to say, well, first of all, let me back up. As you know, Westminster looks like a beer tap, right? Top of the handle, back of the pipe, comes out the bottom. Because of that, compactness will really restrict your choices, as you know. The north is going to be about 20,000, the west about 20,000, the south about 20,000. There's no way around it. It's the middle. So you're going to fight about communities of interest, and what communities of those are those? What is going to be so powerful that equality of districts should be overcome, that you need an extra 5%? I would ask you to challenge yourselves tonight, and so I end by saying equality of districts is number 1, and it really only needs 5% for wiggle room for you to draw your lines.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Klein.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm actually here to ask the City of Westminster to please pass a community cat ordinance. I inquired about this back in April, and I know others have as well. I've been helping citizens fix and vaccinate community cats for several years, and I'm also a volunteer with Animal Rescue the Rockies. I'd like to thank Councilor Hott and Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela for bringing this up at the May pre-council meeting, and also Councilor Azadi for your communication on this from the staff response. Community cats. They are unknown cats that live among us in the community. Every metro area has community cats. Most often they are feral. They have not had any human interaction, which means they're not adoptable in animal shelters. They have no options for community cats, and they're already packed to capacity. The animal shelters are full. Many feral cats get euthanized, and also some of them get sit in kennels for months to be a barn cat, which is not ideal either. Community cat colonies are often caused by people not fixing their own cats and let them outside, which is absolutely horrible. Cats multiply rapidly out there. A female cat can have 2 to 3 litters a year, and then their kittens can actually become pregnant at 6 months and have their own babies before they're 9 months old. So they can really cause kitten factories out there. TNR, trap, neuter, return, is actually the humane method to stabilize community cat populations. With TNR, cats are humanely trapped. They're taken to a clinic where they are fixed, vaccinated, and ear-tipped with a flat cut on the left ear, and then returned back to the exact same location. A typical TNR surgery costs $30 to $75, and that's paid for by citizens. It's not paid for by the city. I was disappointed to see the staff and the response from the city manager that they did not want to change anything at the time. I'd just like to respectfully address that. Westminster does have community cats. I've TNR'd several community cats over the last couple of years here in Westminster. I'm actually fostering a litter of kittens from Westminster that will rehome later on. And then I just want to be clear, TNR does not cause more cats. No one is promoting on any more cats to run at large. I definitely don't do this to promote more cats. If I didn't do this or other people didn't do TNR like I do, those same cats would be left unfixed, unvaccinated, and left to multiply. There's several benefits of TNR. There's going to be less spraying, less fighting, less chance of spreading diseases of these cats. And those cats, the population stabilizes, the breeding cycle stops where this is done, each particular neighborhood. Trying to remove cats does not work. First of all, no one's going to be able to catch them all. And as I mentioned, they breed very quickly. A vacuum occurs when you remove some of them, and then the remaining cats just breed back very quickly. So when you return the fixed cats back, that actually helps naturally keep the other cats away, so it helps stabilize those populations. We need to protect the people that actually care for the community cats. I helped an elderly couple last fall. He had 5 cats, feeding them, and was able to get them fixed and vaccinated and returned back, and then they had 3 kittens as well. We were able to get to the shelter. By doing this, it helped stabilize that population. If I didn't do that and help them, they would have probably been dozens and dozens, within months. So an animal control officer came to his house this spring, told him to stop feeding the cats. I spoke with the officer and said, yes, if someone's complaining about the cats and he's feeding them more than 72 hours, then they'll be fined. And just to give you an idea how this doesn't make any sense, there's an ordinance for neglect of animals for unlawful for an animal owner to neglect or deprive them of food, shelter, water, protection from weather, whereas we have now animal control officers telling people they can't help community cats that are in need. It's cruel. It's not going to solve anything. They're not going to go anywhere. The cats are still going to be there. So the majority of citizens love animals. They want humane options for animals. Someone's always going to try to help them. So the current at-large ordinance prevents caregivers from helping cats like this, and it also helps people like myself from doing the TNR process. And it's just wrong. So needs to change, please. Hopefully you guys jump on board with this. North Glen, Thornton, Brighton, and Federal Heights, they all changed community cat ordinances back in 2022 and 2023. City of Denver, Broomfield, and Wheat Ridge don't even have at-large ordinances for cats. So Westminster is one of the few. And this will cost nothing to the city. It will actually save money in the long run because it's going to prevent more cats from being born, more kittens from getting sent to the animal shelters, fewer being euthanized, and Foothills is your animal shelter, and the cities pay for that, and then the cats that sit in kennels for months waiting to be a barn cat. Cities, you guys pay for that stuff, so it's going to save money, and I'm just asking you to please consider this. It's a good thing. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlene Wiley.
Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to urge this council to protect the water supply for the nearly 300,000 Westminster residents and others who depend on Stanley Lake for their water. The issue is the harms from Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. As many of us have warned the council in the past, this airport lies approximately 2 nautical miles uphill from Stanley Lake, Westminster's primary water source. My request is very simple and based on a few common sense notions. 1, RMMA is a virtual Superfund site of toxic contaminants, including lead, a variety of petroleum products, PFAS, and other unknown toxins. After more than 60 years of operations, the levels of these toxins are likely to be very high. water flows downhill. And third, prevention is much easier and much less costly to deal with than cleanup. I have made you aware of the statements made publicly by Eric Dahl, the new airport director, and Abel Montoya, Jefferson County Director of Development and Transportation. In public statements, both have made a strong commitment to transparency in future dealings with the community on environmental and other issues related to RMMA. In other discussions with residents, both expressed a willingness to consider a strategy of prevention, in other words, detection and containment of these toxins on airport property. They also agreed to suspension of construction projects and other developmental activities pending further data on the levels and sources of contamination. They had to agree that by the time the toxins have made their way into the waters of Stanley Lake and other areas in this community, cleanup will be extremely expensive, if not impossible to achieve. You must act now. I am pleased to see the Nuclear Guardians here tonight. Their message is complimentary. Let us not forget the legacy of Rocky Flats on Westminster water resources. It is well known that Stanley Lake has radioactive materials from Rocky Flats trapped in lake sediments. They will be there for thousands of years. Now, imagine if responsible public officials had taken action early to prevent this harm to our precious water resources. After all, it was well known at the time that Rocky Flats was an extremely dangerous source of deadly toxins. Environmental protection is an essential duty for all public leaders. Many on this council have expressed this sentiment, especially in campaign materials. Once recognized, prevention of further contamination is the only responsible choice for public officials. Why would this council collude with other irresponsible public officials like Jefferson County in policies that cause harm to the community? That is the decision that faces the council on both of these issues. By the way, we have learned that the enplanements, or the amount of commercial passengers, the number of commercial passengers, went up nearly 300% in the last year. That means that this airport now qualifies as a commercial and not a GA airport. This is your chance to create a legacy of protection. I urge you to step into this responsibility and protect our health and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Bariah.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow our other counselors. I have three things to bring up tonight. And the first one happened on August 8th, this last week. I live in Green Knolls, and there was a training plane that flew over our area low 14 times between 11:10 and 12 o'clock p.m. This is not acceptable. I called the noise line, and I asked for a response to that, and so far I have not got anything back. The new director out there said he was going to try to work with the community. I have not heard a peep from him on the noise situation out there. The pressure from the community has apparently got under his skin. Maybe he's over his head. The airport withholds public information and then lies about the intentions and construction at the airport. Number two, the new runway construction out there. Let's talk about that last Airport Advisory Board meeting, in which they said that they were going to collect surface water when they were doing construction and have it drain into a retention pond. This is not acceptable. It's not satisfactory. In my prior business, I owned service stations, and I dealt with the Superfund. They told me, and I knew that petroleum sinks deep into the soil and into the groundwater And that's the reason they drill numerous wells on property and monitor them every month. They need to get a hydrologist out there to drill the wells. We shouldn't let the FAA provide cover for the airport and let them off the hook on this testing. The airport had a report that they gave to the FAA, and they left off the engineer's analysis of the groundwater study. That was a mistake, they said. It was a big mistake, and they tried to cover it up until the community caught them. If they pollute Stanley Lake with the petroleum in the groundwater, this is going to be a big problem for the water system that you're trying to build in this community. Talk number 3, the new taxiway. Out there, they said that they were going to have a new taxiway that they're going to build out there. There's currently 300,000 operations at this airport out here. They said that this new taxiway could accommodate 35,000 more operations. Where's this going to come from? 85% of their business out there comes from GA and flight schools. There's no way Jets and GA are going to make up the 35,000. It can only come from more flight schools, and I guess they decided that's what they were going to do because last month they added a flight school, even though they had been saying that they were not going to add any more flight schools out there. They need curfews out there, and they need less touch and goes. And 3A, I would like to just say something about Rocky Flats. I don't see how you can even consider letting people cross over a bridge onto Rocky Flats. Would you take your kids and a family for a trail walk over a plutonium-infested area? I don't care what some of these people are saying that it's safe. It's not safe. Plutonium doesn't leave the soil for 20,000 years. Why did they tell people not to grow vegetables on the south side of Rocky Flats if it was safe? Why did the 470 freeway get held up now because they found plutonium in the soil? Let's get real here. This property is not safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carol Gossenheimer.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm coming to you tonight with 2 public health and safety issues facing Westminster. I described both of these in emails that I sent today, so I won't go into great detail. I hope that you've had a chance to read those. The first is in regards to the Greenway Trail. I support halting construction and withdrawal from the Rocky Mountain Greenway. I shared all the details and the reasoning for the support in my email, and other participants tonight in the public comment will share details about why this is critical. In regards to the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, toxic chemical runoff and groundwater contamination that impacts Stanley Lake. As you're aware, there are many sources of toxic chemicals associated with the airport, including PFAS, de-icing agents, fuel and other runway contamination, fuel tank leaks, lead contamination, and much more. These contaminants can easily make their way into groundwater and runoff and have a high potential to contaminate Stanley Lake, our primary water source, in addition to the water source for North Glen and Thornton. Please initiate a dialogue with Jefferson County Commissioners Eric Dahl, the new RMMA Airport Director, and Abel Montoya, the Development and Transportation Director for Jefferson County. This should include collaboration also with the city councils of Thornton and North Glen to commission a third-party engineering firm to assess the risks of groundwater contamination and surface contamination from airport activities and establish a prevention plan and timeline. As a water source provider for 3 communities, Westminster bears responsibility and potential liability for the protection of Stanley Lake Reservoir. I respectfully request that the City Council address these issues with urgency to safeguard the health and safety of our community and residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alexander Gann.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for your attendance. My name is Alexander Gahn. From September 30th, 2019 to August 1st, 2024, I was employed by this city in the role of engineer at Public Works and Utilities, performing roles both of development review and capital improvement project management. I love this city where I live, and the purpose of my speaking in this evening is to thank the city staff who helped and blessed me through my recent mixed manic and depressive episode, which began in early May of this year and extended for almost 3 months afterwards. I have bipolar disorder, and I was first diagnosed with it in December of 2020. Bipolar disorder is a mental health condition characterized by extreme mood swings between periods of mania and depression. These mood swings can significantly impact a person's daily life and functioning, especially when those periods are combined with psychosis, which mine do. Psychosis is a mental state characterized by a loss of contact with rationality. Among the city staff I'm thanking tonight are Rudy Archuleta, Utilities Engineering Administrator, Andy Walsh, Senior Engineer, Stephanie Bleicher, Capital Projects Administrator, Adam Rapp, Water Utilities Construction Inspector, Ryan Decker, Water Treatment Superintendent, Brett Eastberg, Reclaimed System Administrator, Aaron Historic, Westminster Police Department, Vanna Comer, Benefits Specialist, Caitlin Sosta, Human Resources Administrator, Lisa Chrisman, Human Resources Manager, John Burke, City Engineer, and Paul Nipple, Public Works and Utilities Director. These are 12 staff who have assisted me greatly through wrestling with my bipolar diagnosis and assisting me with its effects over the previous 4 years. There have been countless others who have helped me in small acts of kindness and love, but I wanted to bring these people to your attention, that these are wonderful people who embody the spirit values of our city. Thank you. Thank you for your time and listening to me today, and good evening to you all.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing.
The next speaker is Lucy Smith.
Welcome.
Hi there. I live in Green Knolls, so I'm real close to the airport, and I sent an email to quite a few of you, so it's nice to see faces. There are so many days every week that the training planes go over Green Knolls neighborhood. Many days a week it is 7 hours or more with not 1 second of silence, not one. They go around, and then right when they leave, another one comes. Really, not even 1 second. And that's with the windows closed. We no longer go outside and enjoy our backyard. We have 1/3 of an acre. We can't go out with our grandkids and friends. It's embarrassing, and they can't believe, our friends especially, that we can put up with so much noise that we can't even hear each other talk. It's mainly the training planes, and I know during the beginning of COVID, they added all these training planes, and I'd have friends come over and we'd sit in the backyard, and I'd put all the lawn chairs, 6 to 8 feet apart. And after a while, they said, Lucy, we don't want to come anymore because we'd always have to stop talking because of the training planes going over. We could not carry a conversation. It's silly to think we want the airport to close down. The airport was here way before the surrounding neighborhoods. However, the neighborhoods were all here a lot longer than these training schools. We've been in our house 34 years. The noise usually was not a problem until the training planes. The airport added the training schools at the start of COVID for more money. I know none of the surrounding neighborhoods would have approved of this if there was a vote. I went to the airport meeting last meeting, and it was still as depressing as ever. The communities want the training planes to go away, but Jefferson County, the airport, and the FAA do not care about the sanity of the people in the surrounding neighborhoods, or how obnoxious the noise is, or how it is affecting people's health and tempers. They have made that very clear. It's so maddening. Many days of every week, it is like a battlefield in the sky above our neighborhood. I am not exaggerating. I always wonder if there's any individuals in our neighborhood with PTSD. I feel sorry for them. Sometimes I look up in the sky and I can see 5 planes at once. The noise above our neighborhood of Green Knolls does not meet the noise abatement standards. The training schools use piston engine propeller planes, which are so loud and should not even be allowed at the airport. They're older planes. We have noticed that there are propeller planes that are so quiet you hardly notice them above our house. Why aren't all the training planes required to meet noise abatement requirements? Why are there not quiet times? We get planes late every night, and planes early every morning at 5:30. These planes are always coming at the times when the control tower is closed. I was just wondering when we're supposed to sleep. Why is Green Knolls neighborhood the only one not included in the voluntary noise abatement procedure related to nighttime pattern operations? I have requested it numerous times to no avail and no answers. When there are no training planes, then we get the scheduled planes. When do we get a break? Jefferson County is a sponsor of the airport, but our community is also in Jefferson County. Why is Jefferson County not taking care of its citizens under its jurisdiction? Jefferson County approved the building of the Green Knolls neighborhood, and now they're not protecting our rights. I sleep with 2 sound machines every night and a fan right next to me. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Eugene Smith.
Welcome.
I'm Eugene Smith. I'm actually married to Lucy Smith, who just spoke. We've been resident in Westminster since 1979. The last 34 years, we've been living in Green Knolls, which is just east of Rocky Mountain Metro Park Airport. I'm asking Westminster Council to protect your citizens' well-being and property values like our neighboring governments are doing. The airport was not a problem to our life until recent years when multiple training schools were open. Now we live with many hours of noisy piston planes circling around and near our home. We have complained to the airport and FAA about this with no response. They both point to the other and say, contact them, and nothing ever happens. There are many ways to mitigate the noise caused by these planes that are not being taken advantage of, and the airport basically is just not being respectful of a neighborhood or any of the neighborhoods that are near the airport. The first thing I would suggest is right now there is a local traffic pattern that is directly over our home. It was not there in the past, but now it's directly over our home. We basically look straight up and see the planes. They could be moved just a couple blocks over open space, and those planes could also circulate through an open path, which used to be the path where the local traffic pattern went, but it's not that way anymore. The airport could limit the noise the planes create. There are very quiet planes, piston planes that are more modern, but it's obvious that the planes that are being used by these training schools are not state-of-the-art. They're not quiet. They are very loud, so that basically you cannot talk to each other when they're going over. We see other planes that are very quiet piston planes. You don't even notice them. They're like a car driving down the road in front of our house. We would never even notice it. The airport could also limit the hours training planes can go. These are all things that are just logical things to do, but obviously they're trying to maximize how much money they're making from the planes, and they're ignoring the fact that there is a neighborhood here who was here there long before the training planes were a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dave Brown.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and Council. Appreciate you having me here. I've got my 3-year-old back there, and hopefully she'll stay quiet. Thank you. This is my 3rd meeting, and I'm here to speak about the Sustainability Center, the recycling transfer. I call it a waste transfer facility. I know no one likes that, but essentially it's near the Costco, as we all know, and I understand its utility to the city because 4 centers were turned into 1. I purchased 3 townhomes in the townhomes on Harlan, which are important to the tax base of the city. So I've got $2 million worth of real estate here in the city. I'm happy to have it. I actually live in one of them, rent the other 2 out. The problem is that the city has essentially licensed and sponsored the Sustainability Center, which is run by a private entity, and that entity is abusing their authority. They are essentially, they told us and we were promised that the operation would be behind and not so visible to the neighbor. Unfortunately, that's not the case of how they're operating. They're operating with the bins, about 50 to 60 bins, the big plastic bins that are as big as this podium right here, that are all out every single day, 6 days a week. The only day we get off is Sunday. And the rattling of the cans, the rattling of the bottles, and the clanking of the bottles, it's hundreds of pounds, literally all day, every day. Home offices, we hear it. Barbecue, we hear it. It's all day, all the time, 6 days a week. We've asked for noise abatement, privacy fencing, restriction of hours, to no avail. I know our city manager has resigned. Not sure if my complaining was the reason, I hope not. But in any case, at the end of the day, we do have an issue where the operator of this facility has become so entrenched and so comfortable with their position of basically that any complaints from the neighbors are totally ignored. I've spoken to them on numerous occasions, face to face, totally ignored. They say, talk to the council, here I am. Basically what it comes down to is they've got so comfortable, they've put up a tent. They've put up a nice tarp, a tent that's probably about 12 feet circumference with a director's chair under it. And they sit there drinking lemonade, watching this unfold right in front of my home. I'm not sure that this council or the mayor is aware of how the facility is being run. It's not being run as it was advertised. It was advertised that the nasty work would be done out of visibility. That's not the case. It's a waste transfer station in front of our homes. Our living room window looks out on people dumping trash from their boxes and their cars into bins all day, 6 days a week. That's the reality. I'm not exaggerating. That's what we're looking at. I've got photos on my phone I'm going to share with the council so you can see it in living color. This is not fiction. So I'm asking that I have at least one council member, at least someone from the manager's office to come with me, visit the facility. I'm asking for my government to listen to me as I speak to power. That's what this meeting is for. That's why I brought my little girl, so she knows what this is about. Because we have basically a waste transfer facility operating in full view of what's supposed to be an upscale neighborhood that is essential to the tax base of the city. As we all know, the Westminster Mall was up to 40% of the tax base. The neighborhood that I've invested in, so much of our hard-earned money, is supposed to replicate that tax base. What's happening here is that value proposition is being put at risk for how this facility is being owned and operated. The city of Westminster is directly responsible for it because you sponsored it, you allowed them to lease this facility, and the council and the mayor sorry to press, but you are directly responsible for how this facility is run and the way they're abusing their neighbors. This is the third time I'm here. I'm hoping there's not going to have to be a fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. I'm very persistent. So I'm hoping that we can arrange, at least with the city manager's office, an on-site tour so I can show instead of tell. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Giselle Hersfeld.
Welcome.
Good evening, Westminster City Council and members of the Westminster community. My name is Giselle Hersfeld, and I am here today on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. I believe in the importance of informed consent. I hope everyone in this room can agree with me that when a person makes a decision that can potentially severely impact their health, safety, and well-being, they should be made fully aware of the risks associated with this decision before they make it. This is why allergens are clearly listed on food packaging. This is why furniture and appliances come with warnings of potential injury if used improperly. This is why so many products that you can find in the store have stickers that say, "Warning, this product contains materials that have been shown to cause cancer and reproductive harm." This labeling is required by law, and there is a good reason that these warnings exist. It is to give people informed consent about the risks that they are exposing themselves to. So, by the same logic, if a person were to hypothetically choose to recreate on land that was once a plutonium trigger manufacturing facility, wouldn't it make sense that they should be made fully aware of the history of the site, all the contaminants present on the site, and the health and safety risks associated with exposure to these contaminants? Shouldn't a piece of land that is open to the public for recreation be held to the same labeling standards as a candy bar or a chair? If such a label were to exist for the Rocky Flats area, it would show the presence of plutonium, uranium, americium, beryllium, radioactive lead, neptunium, PFAS, just to name a few. And it would mention that these toxic substances are known to cause many rare forms of cancer and reproductive harm, among other things. Unfortunately, former nuclear weapon sites are not held to the same labeling standards as candy bars and chairs. People are openly encouraged to recreate on Rocky Flats with not so much as a sign letting them know about the history of radioactive contamination on the land, the contaminants that are still present, and the health risks associated with their exposure. And with the history of Rocky Flats being so effectively obscured from the public, and with so many people moving to the Front Range area from out of town, Rocky Flats is no longer the household name it once was. I personally grew up in Louisville and Lafayette, never more than 15 to 20 minutes away from Rocky Flats, with parents who were very civically engaged on local issues. They moved from out of state to the Colorado Front Range in the late 90s, and even then, the name Rocky Flats was already starting to fade into obscurity. I went to elementary, middle, and high school in Boulder County, and the name Rocky Flats was never mentioned, not even once. I literally didn't hear the name Rocky Flats until I was 20 years old. Now imagine people moving here from out of state today, when they look for local hiking trails and they find the Rocky Mountain Greenway, they will have no idea what Rocky Flats used to be. Imagine if you were going to bring your children on a hike, you would at least want to know if the trail you were taking them to was covered in plutonium particles, right? As elected public officials, your constituents look to you for leadership. By building an overpass linking Westminster trails to Rocky Flats trails, you would effectively be greenlighting recreation on plutonium-contaminated land. At the July 15th study session, it was announced that construction on the Rocky Mountain Greenway crossings is set to begin on September 9th. I urge you to make the right choice for your constituents and vote to withdraw from the project before that date, which could help to empower other local governments to follow suit. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Segaloff.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Deborah Segaloff. I had the honor of speaking before you on July 15 during your study session on the Rocky Mountain Greenway, and I thank you for seriously considering the adverse effects to public health that the Greenway poses. I'm a PhD biomedical research scientist with decades of experience working with radioactive compounds, and I currently serve on the board of directors of PSR Colorado, the Colorado chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility. Nationwide, the organization is guided by the values and expertise of medicine and public health to protect human life from the gravest threats to health and survival, and it received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1985. Plutonium is a known carcinogen, meaning it's been very well documented to cause cancer in humans. As documented recently by Dr. Michael Ketterer, wind activity over rocky flats causes plutonium in the soil to become airborne. It is this airborne plutonium that poses the greatest risk for individuals at or downwind of rocky flats. If you inhale plutonium, it will remain lodged in your body for decades, all that time emitting a particularly damaging form of ionizing radiation that will cause DNA mutations. This may result in cancer years later. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has stated, breathing plutonium-contaminated air is the most dangerous way to be exposed to plutonium. If you know or suspect that plutonium has been released to the air, you should leave the area immediately. In other words, there are no safe levels of plutonium when it's released into the air. The Rocky Mountain Greenway would connect trails in the most heavily contaminated region of the wildlife refuge to those outside of the refuge, including trails in Westminster, allowing for plutonium to be tracked far outside of the refuge. We heard on July 15 that if Westminster was to withdraw from the Rocky Mountain Greenway, the overpass above Indiana Street would still be installed. Let's hope that's not the case, but if it is, please consider interventions that would prevent people from transversing between the refuge and Westminster lands. Educational signs, yes, are necessary, but they are not sufficient. Please consider physical barriers. Remember that barring extensive cleanup, plutonium contamination of the soil on the refuge will be present for many generations to come, and it will take tens of thousands of years before the plutonium on the refuge will lose most of its radioactive energy and therefore most of its carcinogenic properties. I and Physicians for Social Responsibility urge you to act very soon, please, to halt the Greenway project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Allred.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Hi, my name is Chris Allred, commenting for Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. And I would like to begin and say thank you to everyone on the Council for your integrity and willingness to study this issue and take the time. It really means a lot. And that is regarding the Rocky Mountain Greenway. Just I'm following up on my colleagues here to speak more about the Rocky Mountain Greenway. And for anyone in the community who would like to learn more about this issue, please refer to the video from the July 15th study session that was held recently. And let's see, so I've met so many friendly and thoughtful people in the community of Westminster, so I'm very grateful for the experience of getting to meet more people here in town. And we're following up tonight to ask that Westminster please withdraw from the Rocky Mountain Greenway. In light of all of the evidence that was presented at this study session, at this time we're in the 11th hour. Much of the trail has been constructed other than two very key portions, the connectors from Boulder County land on the north side and Westminster land on the east side. So Westminster has the Indiana Street overpass to decide on, and that is the most heavily contaminated downwind side. And at the study session, September 9th start date was mentioned. So we're just asking that the council make sure that a decision that it's possible that a decision can be made before Fish and Wildlife or Federal Highway Administration start breaking ground. We were told also earlier in the year by the city manager that there was an August start date for construction. So I'm not exactly sure when construction is occurring, and I hope we can find clarity there that there's still time to make a decision, and that there's enough time to give an official notice of intent to withdraw. So the study session brought to light more of the public health implications for this project. We must not allow this bridge to be built onto Rocky Flats, further normalizing recreation and development of contaminated land from nuclear weapons production. I think it was very telling when Jason Andrews with Engineering Analytics was not prepared to speak on the 264 picocurie per gram particle of plutonium that was discovered during the Jefferson Parkway sampling. That was also cited by the city of Broomfield in their withdrawal, both of the Jefferson Parkway and the Rocky Mountain Greenway. An objective scientist would have been prepared to speak on that topic of that particle made news and brought another government to withdraw. The public health implications are clearly local and regional, but your decision here may even give hope to other communities in the nation. The Santa Susana Field Lab, the site of a major nuclear accident in California, is another example of a housing development being built around a contaminated area. Families who moved there had no idea about the contamination on the land initially, until deaths and cancer clusters among children became a pattern in nearby neighborhoods. Very recently, there was a conversation about designating that area as a wildlife refuge to avoid a more thorough cleanup. To others in the community, they can refer to the documentary In the Dark of the Valley for more information on this topic. But another topic to raise here relevant to Jefferson County, where Westminster resides, on August 26th of 2020, there was a Westward article called Doom with a View, Jeffco Health Director Looks Back on Rocky Flats. This is a very interesting article. I would refer others in the community to see what the former executive director of Jefferson County Health had learned about Rocky Flats. So in summary, thank you again to everyone on council for your time to study this issue. Thank you for your courage to speak on behalf of public health and to address this difficult issue. And please withdraw from the Rocky Mountain Greenway before construction goes any further. There's so much gratitude in the community for your work, and I'm sure future generations will be grateful for your decisions to protect public health. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherry Griffin.
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Sherry Griffin. Thank you again for listening. I couldn't narrow this down to one topic. The document submitted that I sent you in the folders go into each point in depth. I was going to focus only on the question of signage and, oh, did I say, I'm here to talk about the Rocky Flats, the Greenway Trail, and the bridge, sorry. So I was only going to focus on the question of signage, and that efforts to place proper signage have been defeated over the years, or maybe focus on Councillor Ireland's question about why $815,000 was spent to acquire the Woman Creek property back at the July 15th study session. It had been leased for 20 years, and the Greenway Trail had been on that property for 3 years of that lease period before the city owned it. Or that the land is downwind from the former Rocky Flats site and includes covenant restrictions on usage, that certain radioactive material is present on the property as identified by the deed. That as owners of the property, the Woman Creek Reservoir Authority would not authorize soil sampling to occur, and they did not want to be owners of the Greenway Trail. Also, the DOE would not perform nor provide funding for additional air monitoring on or around the Rocky Flats site. Or that the former Jeffco Health Director initially supported the work at Rocky Flats, but after the investigation, called for an independent review of all data at Rocky Flats and the unsealing of the grand jury report because the public had a right to know what occurred at Rocky Flats and what the risk may still be of recreating on or living near the refuge. Or that the Candelas disclosure form provided to potential home buyers simply describes the property directly to the north as Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge, formerly a nuclear defense facility that changed from weapons production to environmental cleanup and closure under environmental oversight by the EPA and the CDPHE. The words plutonium, uranium, hazardous materials, dangerous, residual contamination are nowhere to be found in this form or on any signage at the entrances to the refuge. No mention of 7 metro school districts banning school-sanctioned field trips to the area and that the town of Superior sued over what the soil might contain. Or should I focus on Broomfield divesting from the Jefferson Parkway because of that contamination, and that Jefferson County and Arvada consistently outvoted their efforts to get the parkway rerouted away from Rocky Flats? And then those entities were asking Broomfield for millions of dollars as well as the right to go ahead and build the parkway through Broomfield anyway. They also have asked Broomfield to agree to a statement of neutrality, which Broomfield's attorney describes as a gag order about any concerns its elected representatives may have about transportation, public health, safety, or environmental concerns associated with the Jefferson Parkway. I could go on, but don't you think that is enough to consider that, to quote Hamlet, something may be rotten in the state of Denmark? Please withdraw from the Greenway Trail and the bridge. Thank you so much, and again, thank you all for always being here and listening. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marty McAuliffe.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on proposed Councilors Bill 26 regarding the election of city councilors by wards. And as you know, I provided the previous communication in this regard, so I'm trying not to be too redundant. As some of you know, I served as city attorney for 30 years, and during that time, I definitely developed a bias towards at-large voting and voting that is driven primarily by looking at the entire interests of the city and balancing local demands versus the larger needs of the city. The overarching philosophy of city governance that has served the city extraordinarily well for 67 years since the inception of the city charter. And it's allowed all these councils to discuss and resolve many complex issues presented to them for resolution by considering exclusively the question of what decision would best serve the interests of the city as a whole. One only needs to look to our U.S. Congress and Senate to observe what re-election-driven governmental bodies look like, in my view. Bodies that are driven by the interest of their donors and preserving their re-electability. And I don't want to see that kind of element come to Westminster. I don't think it would. I should put a disclaimer here. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. But in thinking about the proposal to elect 2 councilors from 3 wards as presented by Councilors Bill 26, there was a scenario I posed to you about the possibility of what can happen with that under that rubric. You have a proposal supported by staff and demonstrated to be the most cost-effective and operationally best location for a water treatment plant in Ward 1, and then in Ward 2 you have a proposal for a controversial group home for special needs people, and both wards are upset about each of those projects. So under the Council Bill 26, you could have collaboration between the two wards and come with 4 votes to defeat both projects. And that's not just a hypothetical, it's happened in our area. So this is not to say, I'm not trying to say there's no benefits to a ward-based election system. I think I understand the benefits. The wards elections offer fewer barriers, financial and otherwise, to council candidates seeking election and re-election. And they have the potential to create closer relationships between the residents of the ward and their elected representative. And I understand that academic and other research supports this finding. On the other hand, my view is that whatever their benefits, there's negatives to ward-based voting. I think the establishment of wards at this point in time, after 67 years, comes at a heavy cost to the interest of Westminster citizens at large. In my view, these costs include voting driven in whole or part by the desires of the councilor's ward versus historic deference to professional staff's recommendations, tribal politics whose decisions become the product of mutual aid agreements, at least the potential there exists, voter disenfranchisement. That's a serious issue for me. Let's be clear. Wards disenfranchise voting rights by taking them away from at-large voters and transferring them to ward members. Currently, you and I and every resident of the city have the right to choose whoever they believe would best represent their interests without regard to where I live or where the candidate lives. As currently proposed, I would be foreclosed from voting from any of you serving on council who did not happen to live in my neighborhood, regardless of how much I love you and want you to be my elected representative. In the communication I provided previously to the mayor and council, I have suggested several options to consider, and I trust you had an opportunity to think about those. For those whose goal is to gain voter approval of a ward-based council system, I hope you might see the merit in proposing a ward system with broader voter appeal than what is currently contained in Council's Bill 26. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alexandria Tercy.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. I live at the downtown Westminster Harlan Townhomes on Harlan Street. I come before you tonight about the recycling center on Harlan Street, following up from my initial meeting with City Manager Freitag back in March. He heard my traffic flow and noise concerns, but asked me to wait till the center opened, saying we could review it once we saw how it operated after the 4 neighborhood locations were shut down. Immediately, he said the landlord would not allow a privacy wall to be erected. Since Mark has resigned, let me refer back to the council's comments at the January 8th meeting where the center was proposed. What Chris Lindsay spoke about was that it was the center was reviewed by planning staff and traffic engineers, and an alternative traffic plan was discussed if traffic from Harlan were to become an issue. Mayor Pro Tem Nermelis, you asked, how do we track the traffic impact over time to this area? Do we have a way to ensure our surrounding community has a way to provide input as well as our residents in terms of being able to comment on the hours and is it working for them? Chris's answer was, yes, we surveyed residents and folks that were using the existing sites, and we could do the same at this location. We can open it up for comments and other opportunities there as well. The recycling center opened with the flow going towards the side. Once the 4 neighborhood locations closed, all the bins got moved to the Harlan Street entrance. As you can imagine with either flow, it's very noisy with the glass and tin cans loudly clanking, like really loudly clanking. As our townhomes were designed with a home office immediately on the main entrance, we hear this noise all day. And more than a few of our neighbors have Airbnbs at this main entrance, so these flows are concerning. From the January 8th presentation, it was mentioned that our rec center was designed like the Arvada location. I've driven by that location and the blue bins were in the back by the big warehouse doors, not right out in front or on the side. In closing, I and some other neighbors would welcome an on-site walkthrough with council to discuss the flow options and provide input. Quoting again Mayor Pro Tem Nemela, do we have a way to ensure our surrounding community has a way to provide input as well as our residents in terms of being able to comment on the hours and is it working for them. Just as an aside regarding wards, as I have read, it will be divided by which council members live closest to their area. With my brief knowledge of council, may I stress that as our new community is a work in progress, it's imperative that our council representatives have the same love of our area as we do to be our advocates. Just in closing, Dave and I are in the phase 1 of the townhomes, which is only 34 units. We bring in over $100K of revenue and taxes annually, and just our 34 units were valued at $20 million, which the city receives some monies from our builders for that land. Thank you for your attention to these concerns. Good evening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom Lampo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Westminster. It's good to be back here. I'm Tom Lampo. We are living in extraordinary times. June led to July, which brought us August. There's a spiritual battle going on. God has already won. Evil will not prevail. The battle is manifesting itself in the natural, and we see and feel the effects of it. I'm here to lift up Westminster in prayer. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we invite you here to Westminster. You're the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Praise, glory, and honor we give to you tonight. Westminster is yours. You're welcome here. We are your people. Father, I want to remind you of your words. John 3:16 states, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life." You don't distinguish between Jew or Gentile, male or female, any shade of skin, any language, any origin. It's whoever, period. There is no distinction. It's all-encompassing. Your love is for everyone. You can then read of Paul as he is shipwrecked in John 28:1-5. It states, "When they had been brought safely through, then we found out that the island was called Malta. The natives showed us extraordinary kindness, for because of the rain that had set in and because of the cold, they kindled a fire and received us all. But when Paul had gathered a bundle of sticks and laid them on the fire, a viper came out because of the heat and fastened itself on his hand. When the natives saw the creature hanging from his hand, they began saying to one another, 'Undoubtedly this man is a murderer, and though he has been saved from the sea, justice has not allowed him to live.' However, he shook the creature off into the fire and suffered no harm. No harm came to Paul, even though he had poison injected into his body." And in Hebrews 13:8 we read, "Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever." Your love for Paul in the first century is the same for us today. Now, Father, many of us in Westminster have taken ill-advised poisons to our bodies. Some effects we see instantly, and some will linger in our bodies indefinitely. Bad decisions, maybe influenced by others, maybe of our own ignorance. Paul gathered a bundle of sticks and laid them on the fire. He didn't carefully check the bundle. He just grabbed it. Maybe influenced by others, maybe out of his own ignorance. Then a poison was injected into his body, although he suffered no harm. Your love and grace are for everyone without distinction. Your love transcends all time. So I lift up Westminster community who have this poison running through their bodies. Let the poisons have no effect on them. Remove the poisons from their bodies and restore their health. Your love can nullify anything that is meant to harm us. Touch our lives and touch our bodies. What we look at as a miracle is simply your love manifesting itself in our lives. In your precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, and you have a nice night.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Christopher.
Welcome.
Thank you. Madam McNally, Mayor McNally, and members of City Council, appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Bill Christopher, 3781 West 101st Avenue, Westminster, Colorado. Purpose of my attendance tonight is I got a different topic for you tonight so far. I'd like to talk about Jody Andrews, the interim city manager. I think Jody deserves city council action to be your permanent city manager and our city manager. He has the necessary experience to be Westminster's effective city manager. His 10 years in Westminster city government as Director of Public Works and Utilities, Deputy City Manager, previous interim city manager, has proven his ability, his desire, his full understanding of council manager form of government, which we have found out too often that that's lacking in other individuals, at least in my humble opinion. His ability to work closely with the elected mayor and city council, his ability to lead and motivate a workforce of over 1,000 employees, and to communicate clearly and in a timely fashion with city council and the public. City does not need to take the time to spend $30,000 to $50,000 for a national search for a new city manager this time. Nor does the community and the city organization need to wait to learn of the council's conclusion. Jody is well known to 4 of you from the last time he served as interim city manager as well as deputy city manager. 3 of you who have known him since you were elected last November as deputy city manager and briefly as current interim city manager. I would think you see his abilities, his personality, his knowledge, and his loyalty to Westminster. I urge you to forego any national search and negotiate an employment contract with Jody as our next permanent city manager. Westminster would benefit by this action and achieve needed stability. That's topic number 1. Since I've got some time, I'll briefly speak about your item on your agenda later this evening on the ward system. I had the pleasure of serving as one of 7 members on the committee that City Council appointed. We presented 3 final recommendations, 3 options that included either all wards or wards and at large. And I think the plan that is before the council tonight is a good plan. I think it would improve communications, especially between council members and their constituents. I know for many, many years, council members have said, even though we're elected at large, we represent all citizens. And that's true to an extent, but you don't have the physical wherewithal to be in conversation, be in communication as often as perhaps many citizens would like to be with you. And by going to a ward system, I think in communications both ways, citizens to council, council to citizens would much improve. And I think also they'd have a good feeling, a good understanding of what's going on in that ward. And I appreciate what Mr. McCullough brought up earlier, and I think his points are well taken. And I think it gets down to a trade-off, and what's more important to the public. You serve the public elects you, and I think the public has been wanting a change. And obviously, by putting it on the ballot, we'll all find out if they did. But I would urge you to approve ordinance on first reading tonight that would call for 3 wards with 2 representatives from each of the wards, and with the 7th person being the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Hello. I would like to second the idea of having Jody Andrews for city manager. I think that makes a lot more sense than going through another routine here. But I also want to speak about the water treatment plant and the idea of water quality. We cannot just be throwing money at a design firm to make sure our water has good quality. We've got to make sure that we're not putting bad stuff into our water supply or allowing contaminants in our water supply in the first place. We've heard about the airport, and I know that some of our waters have tested for lead, and I'm guessing that some of that lead has come from the airport, and that we cannot reduce that harm, to me, seems ludicrous. We should be able to reduce our harm from that airport. I remember a few years back, motorboats weren't allowed in Stanley Lake because they were going to contaminate the water supply with the zebra mussel or something. And, I actually think that motorboats in Stanley Lake are probably a lot less harmful to the water supply than the airport and its contaminants. But we've got contaminants all over the place going into our water supply that we're allowing. One of the most recent ones is Uplands. I mean, they're continually violating stormwater water contamination. I mean, every day, basically. In the first place, that's being constructed in a floodplain. And the city of Westminster stopped allowing construction in floodplains in 1997. And yet it's being allowed in the Uplands construction. I just don't, I have never understood why we're supporting that development. It's not there to bring market or affordable housing. It's market rate housing for the profit of the Uplands and the Varde investment group, so that they get a free pass for contaminating water, allowing stormwater violations on a constant basis. I just don't get it, especially if we're so concerned about our water quality. There's several things that we could do to make sure that our water quality is in good shape, and one of them would be to not allow pesticides and herbicides in this city. That's not right. There's a number of things besides throwing money at a water treatment plant that, in my mind, is not holistically integrated to cover our water needs in any way. It's just an excuse to bury our heads and say, oh, we're taking care of it. There are all sorts of other things we need to do to take care of water quality besides just hand over a site that should not be used in that way, and be more careful with a lot of our runoff and contaminants throughout the city.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Palmer.
Welcome.
Thank you and good evening. First off, I'd like to ditto what Bill Christopher said and what Karen Clavity said. That's the man that you need to hire for our next city manager. Sorry. Also, Karen was speaking of groundwater pollution, stormwater violations. That's a daily issue over at Uplands. And if any of you want to come to my house, I'll walk you across the street and show you where they've hit the aquifer and the water just runs down Lowell, runs down Shaw, and goes into our stormwater system, picking up pollutants as it goes. I know I've been working with Mr. Knippel on this, but again, it's a daily occurrence and has been now for months. So next, I really want to speak about Resolution 21 concerning public comments and testimony. I don't have a problem with the first part of this, the 2-1, changing the agenda around. That's not a problem. What I have a problem with is the public comment section. And I say that because I specifically remember the mayor and you folks in a study session talking about splitting up the agenda. Specifically remember that. And as you well know, I don't miss meetings, very observant. I never heard any language discussed publicly regarding taking the talking time from 5 minutes to 3, irregardless of how we do it now. How was that agendized? How did that happen? If someone could direct me to which meeting that was authorized at, or was this some backroom deal, something we discussed over emails? Again, I do not remember ever hearing that language. Also, that would contend to that's the 2.2-A. Also under that, there's some language about distributing material. Now, I'm assuming that's not precluding what we're doing now, where I can bring in material or people can bring in material and have it distributed? Or will this preclude that and now this has changed? I'm not sure how that reads. This also applies to the 7.21 and the 7.22, both A and B, regarding times. Again, I don't ever remember you guys discussing that. If this has happened without being in a public discussion, and if you can't prove to me that it was done publicly and show me the minutes of this, that would be called a sunshine law violation. Very serious in this state. So I'm asking that you either reword that, change that around, or show me where this was discussed, because I don't recall it, and I have a pretty damn good memory. So those are my comments on 21. Going back to Jody, I've worked with Jody for years. He's, excuse me, he's a man of his word. He takes care of the people. He cares about the people. He cares about his employees. So like Bill said, let's not waste any money. Let's just cut to the quick. There's the man. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
That brings us to City Manager's report.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, thank you for the opportunity tonight to present a report. I do have some items to cover. First, I would like to thank all of our speakers tonight for coming in and speaking. I can assure you that our City Council listens, staff listens, and we do follow up on all things raised. So thank you for taking the time with us tonight. Next slide, please. I have a few slides on updates that are, I think, important to the community. And the first one is an update on the city's turf conversion. Since we began the effort to convert Kentucky bluegrass turf to more natural landscape in our open spaces and parks, the city has saved 20 million gallons of water consumption. And that's been over the past 5 years, and that's being led by our Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Department. And that's a total conversion of approximately 21 acres of turf grass to native areas or xeric plantings. And this equates, as I said, to 20 million gallons of water, not in total, but each year saved. Parks, Recreation, and Libraries will further reduce turf grass by another 7.6 acres this year, so finishing the work in this year, and that will add another 7.4 million gallons annually reduction from what we use to water the city's public areas. Parks and Recreation and Libraries is working toward a total goal of saving 30 million gallons of water by 2026. Next slide, please. I would like to comment on the success led by our police department regarding National Night Out event. And for those of you who didn't get to participate this year, I strongly encourage that you participate next year. It was a big success and had both 20 neighborhood events throughout the city and one large event in downtown Westminster. And I do want to provide some statistics because of our fine folks in the police department having this be such a success. Staff estimate that between 250 and 300 people attended the event downtown. In addition to the neighborhood events, police personnel spoke with many residents who live in the area and also with several who participated at the downtown event because their neighborhood was not hosting an event this year. Businesses are already putting their name in, I can tell you, to be on the planning committee for this event next year. Around the city, there were 20 community parties that police employees attended, and I do want to shout out those police employees, and they included 15 officers, 3 records personnel, dispatchers, and our co-responders. So thank you to our police and our neighborhood community for such a successful night out this year. Next slide, please. This one is a big one, and for those of you who don't know, the acronym Dr. COG stands for the Denver Regional Council of Governments. And this year, Dr. COG won a grant award of just about $200 million. And that's that's on behalf of its 58 member governments, of which Westminster is one, for its groundbreaking Decarbonize Dr. COG initiative. This initiative will help tens of thousands of households increase their energy efficiency through trading inefficient heating and water heating appliances for new, clean, efficient, all-electric systems. It also includes a robust workforce training program and focuses on low-income and disadvantaged members of our communities. The application was one of 25 selected from a total of 300, and I can tell you that city staff participated directly in the design and writing of this application, and we will continue to participate in the stakeholder group implementing and overseeing the project. Next slide, please. Things to know, I want to give an update for the coming week. Planning Commission tomorrow night is not being held, so that's canceled. For those of you wanting to come in, please don't do that. There's no meeting tomorrow night. The Inclusivity Board meeting is still scheduled for Wednesday night from 6 to 7:30 p.m., and that's right here in City Hall. I want to bring to your attention the Consumer Protection Resource Fair, which is being held in City Council chambers this year, and that's on Thursday from 10 o'clock until noon. And I do want to provide some background as to what that is, because some people may not be aware. This is sponsored by Congressperson Brittany Pedersen and Representative Yadira Caraveo, and they're hosting this Consumer Protection Resource Fair with the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau right here again in City Council chambers on Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. There will be a panel discussion with experts including the Bureau Director Rohit Chopra and Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser. The panel will answer questions about avoiding junk fees, a new proposal to remove medical bills from your credit report, and what to do if you've been scammed, as well as many more tips. And this is an outreach to our community and will be hosted here, and all are welcome to attend. It's intended to be a helpful session to help people prevent getting scammed. Next, I do have, two more events to outline. Partner event, the Westminster Community Foundation Jay and Nancy Heil Tribute Golf Invitational is Monday on the 19th of August from 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. at the Legacy Ridge Golf Course. And next Monday, of course, right here in City Council chambers next door is City Council study session, and that starts at 6:30 p.m. next Monday. Next slide, please. I do want to talk a little bit about next Monday. It's a unique evening for us. We have one scheduled public session that night, followed by 2 executive sessions. The public session is hosted by District Attorney Brian Mason's office, and District Attorney Mason will be here to talk about the Family Justice Center that is being proposed by his office. The 17th Judicial District Attorney, that's Brian Mason, is proposing a family justice center in partnership with stakeholders in the 17th Judicial District, which is Broomfield and Adams counties. The 1st Judicial District opened Porchlight, which is a similar facility in Lakewood. This family justice center provides comprehensive legal, emotional, and critical supportive services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, abuse of at-risk individuals, elder abuse, and human trafficking. Key local government agencies, law enforcement, community, social, and legal service providers, and district attorneys' offices are on site at that facility to make it easier for victims and survivors to get help. And Mayor, I wanted to highlight that for you, Council, and our community, because it is unique in that we have a one-item agenda, but we do anticipate a robust presentation from the district attorney that night. Next slide, please. Information-only items in your packet this evening include only one item, and that is the results of the 2024 business survey results. So that provides a wealth of information from our business community, and I would also encourage the members of our community to have a look at that because it's very informative. Next slide, please. As always, you can reach me directly in the city manager's office. That's my phone number, 658-2006. You can email me, and you can reach us at any one of our 4 social media outlets. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions of the city manager? Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Manager Andrews, for the update. I actually just had a note. On the 14th this week, which should have been Inclusivity Board because of the volunteer barbecue so that that group can participate, they actually let us know, I think just last week, that they were going to move the Inclusivity Board to the 21st. So if folks want to participate in that, it will be at 6 o'clock, same place that it usually is, upstairs in the boardroom on the 21st, so that those folks can participate in that volunteer appreciation barbecue.
See no one else, we'll get to city council comments. And as you know, we were in executive session for the first half hour. That's usually our pre-meeting. And we're coming out to share some of the things that we talked about there so that you are informed. You know that we are in the midst of process of hiring a new city manager, a position that's crucial for the effective administration of our city. On July 22nd, the City Council appointed Jody Andrews as acting city manager. Westminster's charter mandates that we appoint a new city manager within 90 days of vacancy. We are committed to conducting a thorough, transparent, and timely search to find the right person for this role, to ensure continuity and minimize disruption to this organization. This evening, we will be discussing the several key elements of the hiring process in accordance with the Colorado Open Meetings Law to ensure that our residents are informed and involved. Our primary goal is to identify and hire a city manager who will serve our community for the long term. We are seeking a leader who not only has the necessary experience, qualifications, but also shares our commitment to justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We have chosen an internal process, and we have state laws that are around that. That process could last 3 days or whatever we decided. We will be opening an internal posting for this position August 19th, 2024. The posting will remain open until August 26th, 2024, providing ample time for interested and qualified candidates to apply. We'll be looking for a resume, cover letter, and a letter of standard application. The selection procedure the council will take a thorough approach to reviewing applications, scheduling and conducting interviews, and hosting both an internal open house and public meet and greet with the finalist or finalists. This process will allow us to gather feedback from both our internal team and the community, ensuring we make a well-informed decision. We plan to appoint a new city manager after completing all interviews and considering the feedback from the internal open house and public meet and greet events. We are committed to making this appointment as swiftly as possible while ensuring we select the right person. The pay range for this position has been established between $315,000 and $335,000 per year based on the market survey. This competitive salary range reflects the level of responsibility and expectations we have for the city manager. A job description will be posted to the city's website along with the internal job posting. Thank you for your attention and involvement in this important process. We look forward to working together to find a city manager who will lead our city with integrity, vision, and commitment of our shared values. I welcome council's discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize our, at least my desire to maintain, we've made a lot of organizational changes over the past 2 years, and I think it's important to be able to maintain some continuity within the organization and the leadership to be able to continue the organizational changes, but also to have some continued stability. So that's where I feel that going into an internal recruitment would actually be of a benefit to the organization and staff.
Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. And to kind of build upon what the Mayor Pro Tem said, in my mind, an internal process makes sense. On top of the fact that we have had a lot of organizational changes, and I think that we have a lot more stability in the organization than we did a few years ago. We have a deep bench of leaders in this organization, and so I think that we will be able to find somebody who is capable from within the organization, but also understands the changes, why they happened, and will be able to continue to move the ship in the direction it needs to move.
Councilor Azadi?
Yeah, just to pile on there, I really love this concept of a really open, transparent process, because we have such a internally excellent executive team, right? They've been here, they understand, and like Mayor Pro Tem said, the continuity is key. So I'm looking forward to it.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, I agree with what my colleagues have already expressed. I just wanted to add the timeliness factor of doing an internal search. If we didn't, it would be 8 months to a year. It would be thousands of dollars, and so I think the timeliness is really important to help with that continuity.
Councilor Carmelia, I can't see you, but do you have anything to add? Councilor Ireland?
I agree with everything that's been said. Our city's gone through 2 city managers in a short amount of time, and it's difficult for those that are involved. And I'm glad that we're going to finally do an internal candidate that actually lives in our city, and that is a big plus. If you live in our city, that is a big criteria for me, and I appreciate the process. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, that is our process. You will have, this will be posted to the website and advertised. Mr. Frankel?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so my expectation is that Mr. Godfrey, our HR director, can oversee the posting of the position to the website and open the recruitment with a copy of the job description, as well as the city's standard application process, their form that would need to be completed, in addition to the resume and cover letter that would be submitted by any candidate who's seeking to put in for the position. Mr. Godfrey, what else would you add, if I could trouble you, just so that we have everything that we need on the record and made public?
Welcome.
Okay, I've never actually addressed you from this before, so it's great after a year and a half to finally get to talk to you from the lectern. Anything else that, any other supplemental documents, typically candidates, especially at this senior executive level, like to submit something like maybe a leadership philosophy, an example of their written work, anything like that. Those are typically submitted along with the standard, but we like to just say that the requirement is the standard resume, cover letter, and city application. Any of those other supplemental documents we'll also collect. We'll package those up for council and present those to you, and you all can review those accordingly.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Godfrey? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to cover, Mr. Frankel?
Nothing more. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I will open up for city council comments then, just your general. Councilor Hott?
Yes, so I have a few things. So I did attend National Night Out. I went to the downtown location, and then when we were finished, we visited Vato's Tacos. I had never been there. They have a really good fried avocado taco, so just wanted to bring that up. And then I did attend for the first time Top Taco, but I wanted to bring up a traffic issue, a really important traffic issue that I saw. So I arrived a few minutes, like it's 6:02 or something like that. And I was going to go through the park entrance, but that was reserved for drop-offs. It wasn't for parking. So we were going to go around the main entrance, and we had to sit through that light. I'm not sure how many times, because what would happen is in that intersection, the northbound traffic would be able to go first down Sheridan. This is Sheridan and 104th, and or the northbound traffic. Sorry, excuse me. So the northbound traffic would start to go, and then because there was an event, the turn lane got full, and so then when it was time for the eastbound traffic to go, the people who were in the turn lane, it was backed all the way out to the intersection. So they couldn't go, or what would happen most frequently is one or two cars would get frustrated from sitting there. They would go during the light, and then when it was time for the westbound traffic to go through, they couldn't go through when the light changed, which caused people to go around recklessly, or if there was one lane they could get through, the other lanes were trying to get in that one lane to get through. And sitting there for about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes before we turned and then just went straight, and just so happened that a car got out of that lane because they were tired of waiting, and we were able to get into the turn lane. But we saw quite a few almost accidents happen. And by the time we got there, there was no more parking. The parking was full. So I just want to bring that up, that if we're going to have an event that has, the ability to fill the parking lot up really quickly, that we have an officer or figure out how to time the lights, because it was really, really dangerous. So I just wanted to bring that up because it was a safety concern. And I understand that people would get frustrated that they couldn't go, but then it also caused frustration with other lanes. So if we could keep that in mind for issues, or for future events. But Top Taco, really enjoyed that. This is the first year I've gone. And being a vegetarian, there was only one taco I was able to try, but I was able to try all the margaritas, so it was great. And then I did want to bring up the community cats. I know that we had brought it up before. I would like to have a discussion about what this could look like, and why staff had the answered the way that they did. To me, it seems like a responsible thing to do, especially if you care about animals. And so many of our animals in shelters already don't get adopted at a really high rate. And I was just reading an article recently that Colorado is at a high for euthanizing dogs because there aren't people adopting them from the shelters. So quick shout out, always go to shelters, never pet stores. But I wanted to make sure that we continue with the discussing community cat ordinance. And then for the Rocky Flats Greenway, the July 15th study session, there was a lot of evidence provided. I thought it was a really well done study session, and I do think that we need to pull out. Can I get some clarity? My understanding is with the bridge, that Jefferson County is putting that on land that belongs to Jefferson County and not Westminster. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. I do understand that the bridge footings do not land on city property, that our property is adjacent, but not where the footings land.
Okay, so it sounds like we can't do anything about the bridge because it's not in Westminster, but there is about a 3/4 of a mile trail that would be used as a connector. And I think that if we want to be responsible, that we will not build that connector. I also agree I forgot the particular words that were used, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think, for, public health and safety, we shouldn't take part in that. And then I wanted to thank our former staff member, Alex, who came tonight to talk about his struggle with bipolar disorder, and thank the staff that he thanked. It takes a lot of bravery to talk about mental health issues, but I think it's really important that by talking about it, we are reducing the stigma. And so I just really appreciate that you had the bravery to come speak to us tonight and help reduce the stigma when it comes to mental health issues, because we would probably be surprised to find out how many people we actually know and work with that have some sort of struggles around mental health. And then with the Sustainability Center, I'm wondering if someone from staff can go look at what the complaints are and come back with some ways that we might be able to mitigate some of those complaints that we've heard. Is that something that we can do?
Councillor, yes, thank you for the question, and thank you again to the speakers tonight on the center. We will be re-looking at the issues around that center with our community over the next short period. Thank you again for coming out and speaking with us. We will follow up with you directly.
Okay, thank you. And then I also want to thank everybody who came and talked about our MMA and the potential issues with groundwater, not just the runoff, especially since we've seen this already. As it was pointed out tonight, we have plutonium and uranium underneath Stanley Lake, and it wasn't there originally. That came from Rocky Flats, which is further away than the airport is. I did have the opportunity to meet with the new airport director, Mr. Dahl, and also Mr. Montoya, to talk to them and ask them about the groundwater. And so they said that they would be looking up some maps that they could share with the county commissioners and also us if we're interested, and I'm very interested. I think because the commissioners, so Jefferson County owns the airport, and the commissioners are the ones who make all the decisions. And so I actually sent my council members a letter that I would like to send to the commissioners last week so they would have time to review it. And I would like to send this letter as city council, and it is to ask the commissioners to engage with us in a strategy of detection and containment of contaminants from our MMA. And if there aren't any, that's great, but we won't know unless we look for it and there's some strategy of detection. So I'd like to read it out loud so that way it can be in public record, and then also people from the community can hear what this says. So what I would like our council members, hopefully we have a majority to send this as council. Dear commissioners, we wish to express our appreciation for the time that Eric Dahl, a newly appointed Director of Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, and Abel Montoya, Jefferson County Director of Development and Transportation, took to meet with Westminster Councilor Amber Hott regarding the activities of RMMA and the protection of Stanley Lake, the primary water source for the communities of Westminster, Thornton, and North Glen. Councilor Hott noted their reassurance that Jefferson County and management of RMMA wish to be good neighbors and are absolutely committed to the protection of soils and surface as well as groundwater that surround airport property. After some discussion, both Mr. Dahl and Mr. Montoya agreed that, rather than wading into a complex examination of federal, state, and local regulation, a simpler review of options to protect the primary water source for nearly 300,000 residents would be most effective. The council notes that RMMA sits roughly 2 nautical miles uphill from Stanley Lake and that the water flows downhill. Mr. Dahl, Mr. Montoya, and Councillor Hott agreed that the methods of containment, detection, and the methods of contaminant detection and containment at the site, rather than finding and removing them from the water as it is delivered to thousands of residents, made the most sense. In particular, we hope to gain more information and develop a plan for detection and containment of the following potential contaminants from airport activities. PFAS chemicals from firefighting activities, leaks from fuel tanks, leaching from runways contaminated with leaded gas and other petroleum products, especially for the crosswind runway that is fast deteriorating, potential contaminants from plane painting from a plane painting operation, and lead contamination from the exhaust of piston engine aircraft flying over Stanley Lake. Westminster City Council is hereby making a request of the commissioners to provide more information on the means of detection and containment of these contaminants on airport grounds. We understand that there are a variety of means for this and are willing to work with you to locate the experts for this. Given the rapid pace of airport expansion and development, we ask that a plan for detection and containment be in place in advance of any major construction of other significant, let me start that again. We ask that a plan for detection and containment be in place in advance of any major construction of other significant changes in airport operations. We are hopeful that the new leadership of RMMA, in addition to the changes in the Airport Advisory Board, signal a new chapter in the airport's relationship with the surrounding community. We look forward to your response, Westminster City Council. So, because I think it is so important that we protect our water, and it is not just us, it is, we also hold the water for North Glen and Thornton. It doesn't make sense to wait until we find contaminants in the water. It makes sense to find where they're coming from and stop them at the source. And so I think it's completely reasonable to ask commissioners, what their plan for detection and containment is before their construction, because the construction is in an area that has had, I think it's been there for like 50 or 60 years. So at a minimum, we know that there's gas, leaded fuel, and in researching actually the Rocky Mountain Greenway and learning how those chemicals were leached into the soil, it really made me think about the kind of chemicals that could be leached into the soil coming from the airport. And so I think that it is just, common sense to send a letter asking them, about detection and containment. And also because it's not just, we're not just worried about the leaded gas. There's, PFAS. And with our new water treatment plant, we don't have a way currently, the way it's being built, to filter out PFAS if that ends up in our water. Currently, we don't have any in our water. We've done testing, we don't have any. But if it were to end up in our water, because of the cost, we have not added that ability to filter that out of the water. Which I think means it's even more important that we look at ways that it might end up in our water and stop that before it happens, because prevention makes so much more sense than trying to clean up a mess after it is something has already happened. So with that, I would like to see if there's a way that we can take a poll or something and see if my fellow council members would agree to send this letter to the county commissioners.
My issue is you haven't seen this until I sent it to you, correct? City Manager's office?
Mayor, thank you. We have it now. We've gone through it and done a very preliminary review of it. Our Public Works Utilities Director is here tonight. He could answer some questions based on that review, but we wouldn't have a detailed response for you at this time. We
Right.
would welcome City Council's direction as to sending such a letter, and if it was desired to do so, we could suggest some friendly amendments, perhaps, if that was desired.
My concern is if 7 of us do 7 different things and don't include that office, we're going to be in real trouble. So I don't support it because they haven't had a chance to look at it. I know, and we maybe need the history lesson of how our water gets into Stanley Lake, what our testing modes ourselves are, and would any of this stuff ever get into Woman Creek or any of the other places that we have? So that's where I sit with it. Councillor Azadi?
I think we should definitely do the letter, and staff can do amendments if, you know, I see no harm in it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Regarding the letter, I agree in spirit on the intent to get ahead of the, the detection. I think that it might be helpful to, one, have staff read through it and provide some amendments based on their knowledge around the issue. I was actually wanting to ask for the new airport director, to come attend a study session with us so that we could talk to him about multiple things. I know you've had the opportunity to discuss things, but I think the rest of us would like to join in. And honestly, if there's a letter, I'd probably want to throw in some restrictions or some requests to reduce, or at least to put a tamper on growth for flight school activity. I know that was something that I had asked about in their strategic plan, to not have more businesses that would add to air activity. And so I'd almost want to add to that letter based on that. So, one, I'd want to be able to see what staff would come up with, but 2, I'd really want to have the conversation with the director and then have a joint letter that maybe has a bit more in it.
Councillor Demott?
Excuse me. A couple things on it. I understand the desire to address the concerns. But, we had an opportunity to be at the table with RMMA and our community neighbors. That went away because the majority decided to do away with the CNR. Some of the topics that you're talking about wouldn't have been talked about at the CNR anyway. But my point is I think that the majority of us have said that we want to try to work with our partners in a collaborative way. And so I fully support what you're trying to get at, but I support it in the way that kind of Mayor Pro Tem is speaking. I'd like us to use the opportunity to be able to meet the new airport director and address some of our concerns. The other thing that I want to avoid is putting things forward that we're not sure if there is concern. And I'm not confident that, what's being asserted could happen in terms of that getting into the water. I live over there. It does come downhill, but then it goes back uphill. I don't know where the aquifers are. That could be a concern. We have very capable staff, and I would like to understand from staff's point of view, are these things that they're concerned about? Because I think that they would understand how that water gets into our water supply far better than I would. I do think that there is probably opportunity for some education and reminder to all of us as far as how that water flows. I've heard it in the past. It's been some time since we had that conversation and I've been on council. So in my opinion, before we go off sending a letter, I think that we need to work with our staff and our experts, go through those concerns that were listed. And then the last thing that I would say is, back to being able to talk to the new airport director. I know that Councillor Hott got to do that. I have not got to do that yet. I don't know if other members have got to do that yet. But I think that I have to imagine that they would be willing to come and speak with us in a study session, and I think that would make a lot of sense.
Councillor Ireland?
I agree with that, but I understand that the new taxiway is being built based on not being near any of our water supply. They got the grant for that without the FAA knowing that. That is what I think Councillor Hott's concern is they're building this taxiway based on there not being a water supply nearby. They weren't transparent about it, and that's why she's concerned, and that's why she wants us in this letter. So I think we need to investigate that as well as the noise over Green Knolls. I mean, people can't hardly live there anymore, and it's in our city, and they're our citizens. So we need to address that with the airport director, because he says he's gonna work with the neighbors. But I've tried to reach out to him. I reached out to him when she met with him. I wasn't able to meet with him that day. And I've reached out to him since, and crickets. So I hope that he will respond if the city reaches out to him.
Councillor Camerlia, do you have anything? City Manager Andrews, are you okay with staff looking at this letter, giving us back whatever feedback, and then sharing some important information about our water system that we maybe need to know?
Mayor, short answer, yes. We can review the letter. We'll do it in parallel with providing additional information about what we know about groundwater flow and such. And we can provide assurances. I know it wasn't Councillor Hott's point to do it this way, but we do actively test our Stanley Lake water all the time. It's continual, and it is very safe and high quality water. But to speak to Councillor Hott's point, which is what about the source and are there risks from that? So we will provide the information that we can in a timely fashion to that question. And then I also understand in listening to the discussion that we will work directly to invite the director of the airport to come and meet with City Council in study session, and we can bring all this material forward to you in advance of that session.
Perfect. Councillor Hott?
Yes, thank you. So a few things I'd like to clarify. When I sent the letter to City Council, I also included our acting and deputy city managers. So I sent it to staff along with council. So they received it at the same time that council did. Also, somebody brought up staff concerns. We have community concerns. We've gotten letters as long as I've been a counselor, so I'm sure it started long before I was a counselor. I've been talking to people who have had these issues who have been talking to electeds for 6-7 years. It's about community concern. I was elected by the community. I was not elected by staff. So I want to be clear about that I care about the community concern, and this is a community concern that has been brought to council over and over and over. And I offered a very simple solution, is sending the commissioners, who are ultimately the ones who own the airport and are ultimately the owners and ultimately make these decisions. Just a real simple request of please let us know how you plan on, detecting any potential contaminants that could end up in groundwater, and what containments those would be in place. It's very common sense, asking for something very common sense, something very, simple as a letter to protect our water supply. And so I am disappointed because I believe that it is our responsibility to protect our water. It is a precious resource, and if something happens to this water, us and 2 other cities are going to have some severe and expensive consequences. And I really don't want to have to point back to this day if something ever happens and say, this is what I was trying to avoid. I don't want to ever have that "I told you so" conversation. So I think it's only responsible and common sense to send a letter asking what they're going to do to make sure, and it's not even just Stanley Lake. We want to make sure that contaminated water doesn't end up in any water source that any person, that any pet, or any agriculture could come in contact with. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Councilor Zadi, City Council report.
Yes, so I just wanted to first start with Alex. Thank you for your transparency and your courage, and for all the staff that you mentioned who helped Alex in his time here. Thank you all. I think it's important that we share what we go through. It's important for mental health and many others. Like I've said many times in the past, people are going through some serious mental health issues, all of us, and most of us don't share it. So you may not know, Alex, that what you've said impacts more than folks in this room, but it does. People are listening, and sometimes people just need to hear someone else going through something. So thank you for that. I'll start there. Second, I wanted to talk about, so I go to a lot of different events, but I rarely bring up those events that I go to in these chambers, unless it's to highlight, a very special moment. And I went to the wellness court. So the judge is here, and they had the graduation. So we have a very special program called the Wellness Court. It is basically, if you are a defendant who pleads guilty to a nonviolent crime, you have this opportunity to attend this program that can help you not just avoid jail time, but gets you back on your feet, right? It's for however long, is usually 1 year, right, Judge? 1 year or more, and you get the opportunity to get housing, to get services, to get mental health. It's just a wonderful way of preventing crime, right? And preventing jail time. And that's what we need to be focusing more on, is our public safety and how we can get ahead of that. And I was just so proud sitting there in this graduation. So one of the participants of this program graduated last week, and just hearing the stories that she went through, and the leadership of the judge. We have the best judge in the state, by the way. His leadership with this program, and Hannah, who is our navigator, they do such an excellent job, and I wanted to give them props publicly. Next, to all the Green Knolls neighbors who spoke tonight, I hear you. Your voice is not silent. Nobody deserves to live that way. I'm sorry that you're going through it. So thank you for coming out. And I'd like to, so City Manager Andrews, I would like to accept the invitation from the resident who spoke about the Sustainability Center. I'd be happy to join, so if you can get me connected with him, I'll go and tour it. I'm very curious. We've heard this now a few times. I'm curious to see it for myself. And I'm sure, as you've heard before, staff will obviously go and figure it out, but I'm curious to see it. And thank you for the resident who spoke about that. And then I have a question related to the Greenway Trail executive session. So it's September 23rd is what I saw Correct. My question is, why is it so far out? And can we get clarity right now on the timing of the project start? Is that truly September 9th? So we would be meeting after the construction. What are the dates, and how can we, if possible, move that up?
Councilors, thank you for the questions regarding the Greenway Trail Bridge. Understand from staff tonight that it's the Boulder underpass that begins construction in September. So not the one here, and that the construction of the Indiana Bridge, we were advised that it would start in January. But we'll confirm those dates, so please, those are unofficial. It was the best staff could get tonight, so after hours with those folks. The reason for the September 23rd date was we were waiting for information that we'd requested from the state agency and hadn't received that in time to lock in an earlier agenda session or agenda item date. And so that's the date that we believe that we will have all the information that we've been asking for, that City Council asked for.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So it sounds like we don't know the exact date of the Westminster start, but it's much later than September, most likely. And my last question there, though, is I thought we had asked for an executive session, not a study session and executive session. Who was it that actually asked for a study session, for another study session? I don't remember an ask from us. It was?
Yeah, during the meeting, I know that I did, and I think that there were questions still that needed to come back that the Mayor Pro Tem asked. So
Okay.
my recollection is we did ask to come back and have another study session about it.
Okay. I thought Namela had just asked for an executive session, is what I recall, too, but it's fine. Thank you for that information. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One, I want to thank Councilor Hott for putting together the letter and for taking the initiative to do that. I agree that the best approach is to, if we believe strongly in a certain course of action, that we do actually send a letter to the commissioners. I just think it might include a little more. So I appreciate that you've done that. Like Councilor Hott, I am also interested in a community cat ordinance. I am a shelter cat owner. I care, it's a place in my heart to make sure that we're taking care of the cat population that we have and trying to minimize the growth and the impact to the residents, to our residents. So just throwing that out there. I did want to also just point out that Dr. Cog does have this pretty much $200 million for that regional building recarbonization or decarbonization program, and it's just really exciting because we will benefit from that. And I'm so glad to hear that staff is engaged in that. So that is something I do appreciate, that our staff gets involved in these regional and these state conversations. So thank you. I think we talked about my comments on the airport. I know Mr. Gaunt probably already left, but I do want to also express my appreciation that he came up and shared his experience. And I just really appreciate that the culture of our organization is supportive enough to make him feel like he has that not only the ability to come and talk about his experience, but that he's able to share that and that he has a lot of staff behind him. So thank you. I was hoping that regarding just on uplands and the issues around the stormwater management, would love to just continue to get updates on, whether we're how we're managing that. I know sometimes we have to issue stop work orders and the like to get them to comply. So would love just a update in our council notes. I also, with respect to the Sustainability Center, I didn't like the location that we picked, and so I'm not happy to hear that it's kind of my concerns around that location are coming true and kind of sounding worse than originally envisioned by staff. And so I'm hoping that we can make some strides with the property owner and or the operator to move things around so that's not so impactful to existing residents. The other last thing I want to include here is with respect to the Greenway Trail. Thank you for clarifying regarding the bridge construction timing. I do go back and forth over, having made commitments on the bridge participation, financial participation, and what that means as a city in relation to our other government partners. But I don't think that keeps us from being able to make our own choices as a community regarding the trail itself. Whether or not we have control over that bridge being built, there are other things that Councilor Hott mentioned. For example, there's definitely repercussions regarding the purchase of the land and where that trail would go. So that's something for us to definitely think about. I would definitely want us to start thinking about what guidance we can give the construction team regarding mitigating impacts. So that did come up in our study session, so I'd love to be able to ask them and maybe have in writing some additional modifications that they would do for construction. All right, thanks.
Councillor Ireland.
Thank you. Thanks for all that came out and spoke. There was lots of different subjects. So let me get to wards, since I'm a big fan of wards. I was for 5% deviation. It was best practice, and I want my counselors that wanted 10% to explain to me why they chose 10%. When we had the special commission, we chose to study it. Our Pam Anderson told us 5% was, or told them that 5% was the best practice. She have overlays of maps how to make that happen and how it happens. And so I would like to see 5%, because I think even our deputy attorney said 5% would be the best. So that's what I would like to see, the best for our citizens and the best representation for our citizens. So maybe we can have a discussion about why we're doing 10%. Also, the airport, I would like the city to talk to the FAA, since we can do that, to find out if, for this grant for the new runway, if the airport actually said that there was a body of water, that it's our primary water source when they chose to expand. And I think we as a city can reach out to FAA and get those answers. I appreciate Councilor Hott for writing a letter, and I do think we should expand on that to include the noise issues with the traffic schools. I appreciate Sherry Griffin for delving into the signage at Rocky Flats. That is not transparent. That is not acceptable, the signage that they have out there. I have lived here for 40 years. I know what Rocky Flats is. People should not be out there. And the signage is not transparent. And it just makes me angry that our government would do this to the people. And so I think when we study this, we need to talk about signage too. And also, I appreciate her delving into why we spent $815,000 for some so-called open space out there. It wasn't just for open space, and that was not transparent on some of the employees in our city's part. And there needs to be some accountability for that. What else? Uplands. They're not being good neighbors, just like the airport is not being good neighbors. If they're continually having these stormwater issues, they did not do what they need to do out there to prevent that from happening. And our city needs to be stricter with them. because it shouldn't keep happening over and over and over again. That's all for now. I took everything off the consent agenda because I have something to say about each one of those things too. So I don't know if you want me to do it now or just one at a time.
We'll do it one at a time as we have the vote.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councillor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick points so we can get on with our business. Just to respond to the comments about public outcry in the airport, my comment wasn't to say that the concerns of our staff are more important. The point of my comment is we have staff who are responsible for the water, so I would like to know if the concerns of the citizen match up with the concerns of the staff, because the staff are the experts that we hire. And that doesn't mean that we have to go along with it, but they certainly could inform us about how our system works. So I have to tell you, I take some exception to being treated as though my comment isn't caring about the residents. I've been doing this for 7 years, and staff, I have found, has been able to address concerns of residents, sometimes adequately, sometimes not adequately, to be frank. And so we do need to look to our staff. One thing that I have found very interesting in my time on council is if you go tour some of our water facilities, the folks that actually manage those are legally responsible for certain things that happen at those facilities. So they hold a great burden with the work that they do. And I just want to make sure that we're giving them an opportunity to speak in on the concerns that residents have. And I think that's fair and appropriate, and why we have them in the seats they're in. If we don't trust them to give us good advice, then we probably have other issues that we need to address. The Sustainability Center, I happen to be over at my favorite watering hole, which will get into my next topic. And I did see what was shared with us, and it caught my eye because I know it's been shared with us before, and there certainly was a lot more activity towards the street than I had understood we would see when this was presented to us. And I don't know if if that's the way it's supposed to be or if that's expanded. So I would like more information about that, because prior to hearing concern about it tonight, I had noticed it just being over there, which this week on Thursday is my Policy in Pilsner Town Hall, 6:30. If you want to come and join us, we'll be there from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. And I look forward to the rest of our night and our business.
Councillor Carmelia, do you have anything?
I as well thought that it started building the 1st of September. That was my impression. So can I get an idea? Do we know when the bridge on our side will be built? When's that construction date?
Councillor, I will get back to City Council on that. I do want to reach out and get a more detailed answer than the one I was able to provide by asking this evening. So if I can follow up tomorrow, we will try and secure a date for you for the actual start of construction for the bridge across Indiana.
Thank you. It's good to confirm that we have some time, but I do want to press that this issue is a major priority, and I think we will likely need even more than one session around this. And so, in my opinion, I still think that the sooner the better for the agenda. If there's any way to push this up, I think this should be a discussion now. And as City Manager, you are aware, but I have already forwarded several legal questions that I'm hoping for follow-up on around this topic that I will be bringing to council once I have more background, but I didn't want to present thoughts that were yet not fully fleshed out. But this is a major priority, and so I think that we need to get it on the study session as soon as possible. And because, again, I think we're going to need more than one. I mean, this is a major discussion, and it's a major priority. I just will pause there. Is there any ability to move it up at all?
Councillor, thank you for the question. I will talk with staff tomorrow about the possibility of advancing that into an earlier agenda.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I know that the agendas are tight, so thank you. It's just that I do think that we need answers sooner than later. And then as far as the recycling plant, I thought that was interesting. I did not know that would be a main source of discussion tonight because I, as Councilor DeMott just said, I was actually going to bring that up myself this evening. I have gone there. I just went there last week, and I noticed, as so far others have said to this evening, an increase in activities on the wrong side of the building. And so I was going to present that to council this evening to say, hey, what can we do about this and how soon? So it sounds like everyone here is in agreement that this is something we're going to have to do something about. I guess my question is, what is our follow-up here?
Councillor, thank you for that question. I think there are two follow-ups. One would be to let me know which of you, in addition to Councillor Azadi, would like to go out on site, and then we can arrange that through the speaker who spoke tonight. And have staff accompany as well. And then we will work also with the speakers who spoke tonight and come back to City Council with the assessment of what's happening out there and then next steps.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with that movement. I'm over there frequently. I'm there every other week to drop off my recycling. So, I'm very familiar with the site and what it looks like. And I don't think that needs to be a priority. I feel like the priority should likely be having staff talk to the folks, to the owners there, and walking with them through it. Maybe if council walked with the owners or something like that. But whatever path forward, is fine. I just want to make sure that we're addressing it because the concerns were raised to us, and then unfortunately, in the weeks since, they've become worse. I noticed this time in the last week that a full operation was set up front. When the first speaker came a couple months back, I think it was like one or two different items or what are they called? Receptacles in front of the building. And now it's a fully laid out operation. So whatever we believe the best path forward is, I think let's go ahead and pursue it. If we want to schedule a walkthrough, let's do it. I will move to, I just want to thank the gentleman who brought up bill number 21. I just wanted to say, I believe, just for clarity, that this is a new item. As far as I think we're all aware that this is a new item. I don't think that you're wrong in saying that we haven't had a discussion around this yet. We did discuss this early in the year when the new council was reviewing the rules. And I'll say at that time, I was very much in support of changing this rule from 5 to 3 minutes for public comment. I still am in support of this, so I am not against it being on the agenda, but I just wanted to clarify that I don't think that we've ever discussed this before, and so it's a new item, and so here it is. We'll discuss it this evening. And then a couple other items. I just wanted to say National Night Out I thought was a great success. I had great conversations with residents around water and development, etc. And had a discussion with Officer Cox around the engagement team and our police force. And it was good to hear more about the engagements that they have going on around the city. I also thought it might be great for all of council to perhaps hear more about what the engagement team is up to. So just putting that out there for general conversation, FYI now. And then other news, I had a discussion this week with a resident who's interested in opening up a new business here in the city. And I know that I've heard some presentations about the different outreach options that we have, but this individual was asking for better outreach for our city. So I'm just passing on the message. They were hoping for, explanations on how to file paperwork. Especially they wanted interpreters, and they were looking for in-person places to go. For talking about programs or possible incentives that the city might offer, et cetera. And so I did give them the name of, our department and staff, and I did what I could, but the message was they really wanted to see more outreach from the city and better programs. And I'm not sure what, I can reach back out and find out more what that means, but I wanted to pass that along. And then not a major priority at this exact moment, but I did want to follow up on that cert. We said we don't have that here in the city. Do we have alternatives that are similar just before I pursue that further? Because I do think that could be something that we could possibly or should possibly pursue. is the community engagement response team. Just want to make sure we don't already have something similar.
Counselor, I apologize. I didn't quite understand the question.
Oh, I had asked last week if we had a CERT team, and the answer you provided was no, we do not. And so I just raised that because a resident had brought it to our attention that they wanted to be a volunteer. And this is someone, these are volunteers throughout the city who would help engage their neighbors or seniors, et cetera, in the happenstance of an emergency like a wildfire. They get activated and they might work with our fire department or police team. And we said we don't have that. And I only bring it up because, you know, we had volunteers who said they would like to do that. So I think we could probably first pursue, you know, whether there's a real interest before we actually engaged it. But I just wanted to bring it up again to say, is there anything similar to this before I ask further? It sounds like probably not, and maybe we can figure out if there's a long-term interest in this.
Thank you for that clarification, Counselor. I recall my answer when you raised that the first time, and that we do have a new platform that we're working on implementing for community engagement. But we would also take under advisement the suggestion to have a more streamlined or dedicated volunteer pool. We do have our volunteer program at the city that's very robust. It isn't exactly what you've described, though, so we will have a deeper look at that.
Okay, that sounds good. I'd love to hear back about that at some point, so thank you so much. That's everything I had. Thank you all.
Councillor Numella?
I did just want to clarify with the discussion on the 3 minutes versus 5 minutes, the length of public comment time frame. We did have that conversation, not in our regular study sessions or in a public meeting, regular public meeting, but we did have it in a public meeting that was noticed, which was our council protocols. It was on a Saturday, and it was open to the public, but it wasn't one of our regular meetings, but that's when we actually went over that. So you were probably not there.
Councillor Azadi?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, that tour, City Manager Andrews, that tour would be with owners and residents, not staff and me, correct?
Correct. Staff would help set that up for any counselor who wishes to do it, and we would set it up with the residents who spoke tonight.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Just wanted to clarify.
Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda, and it has been asked to take each one by one. So, Councilor's Bill number 24. Councilor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 24 on second reading, providing for a supplemental appropriation of funds to the 2024 budget of the Community Development Block Grant.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass on second reading Councilor's Bill number 24. Councilor Ireland?
So I did read this last time we voted on it, and I should have been a little more specific, because I feel like it's not specific about how we're going to spend this almost $1 million, and that's my concern, that there's no itemized list. It's just $1 million, and we can spend it however we want. I mean, that's quite a bit of money. I'm sure there's South Westminster residents have a whole long list of things they'd like for $1 million. So that I will be voting no on that.
I see nobody else, so roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councillor Demott?
Yes.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland?
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 20. Councilor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 20, authorizing assignment of $7,246,554 of the city private activity bond allocation for 2024 to the Adams County Housing Authority, doing business as Maker Housing Partners for a qualified purpose set forth in the resolution, and authorization the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Resolution 20. Councilor Ireland?
So the reason I'm against this, I've been against it from the very beginning. These apartments are supposed to be low-income housing, and taxpayers are paying a lot towards them. And each unit, if you figure it out, is costing $500,000 each. That's ridiculous. That isn't market value. We could have built single-family homes for low-income housing, and they'd rather have had them than live in an apartment, probably for the rest of their life, if we don't find a way for them to move up to the next stage. But I am totally against this project. I'll be voting no.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
And Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Resolution 21. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. Move to adopt resolution number 21, revising the city council rules and regulations.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Resolution 21. Counselor Ireland?
I was against this from the very beginning. The citizens are number one on my org chart, and I want to hear as much as, I think 5 minutes tonight is what we needed to hear some of what the citizens had to say. And so I am not for cutting the time. I would think our city has been, this is one of the positives in our city throughout the years, is the citizens could talk for 5 minutes. I think we could cut some other things out of our council meetings and include the citizens a little more. And that's why I'm voting against it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to say that I also greatly value public comment from our residents and businesses and anyone else who wants to share input with us. And the 5 minutes versus 3 minutes, I think that we can hear from more people if we have 3 minutes. And we can also work through our very deep agendas for a very large city. And so I want to have a balance there. And I think that we have had great participation from our residents. I don't want to see that diminish, and this actually gives us a little more time to hear from more people who don't give up. We've had people give up in the past and just go home. So so it's not an intent of reducing voices. It's the hope that we can balance all of the work that we need to do with hearing from everybody.
Roll call, please. Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, Counselor Azadi.
Yeah, just wanted to second what Mayor Pro Tem just said. It's about having more people, right? So, for example, I have office hours here every Monday, 4:30 to 6. And increasingly, it's a lot more people coming, right? And I don't have limits on, on how much time I meet with each person. There are several people who had to leave. They left at 6 because they waited 90 minutes to meet. That's not fair. I might just start having limits because it gives the opportunity for more people to give input, and that's why I like this.
Roll call, please.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, yes.
I just also wanted to add to the discussion briefly is that I, as we all do, value public comment, and I want to say that that is why I've supported this from the beginning. I believe strongly that it will allow more residents to speak in a given night. And while we do not have current time limits, our meeting will go as long as it takes, and we always hear everyone out. People do have lives, they have kids, they have jobs the next day they need to go to. And as others have called out, I have heard that folks give up and they leave. And so the way that I see this is that this allows for more speech, not less. And I also want to say that I believe we are one of the only cities that does not have 3 minutes or less. And so this is unusual. So I want to say that us doing this change brings us up to what is currently the standard.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
No.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
That brings us to item D1, to authorize the acting city manager to execute an agreement for credit card acceptance services. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the acting city manager to execute an agreement for credit card acceptance services with Payments Corporation in the amount not to exceed $470,000 in 2024, a 10% contingency of $47,000, and authorize renewals in 2026, 2027, 2028, with annual increase not to exceed 25% with a 10% contingency.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item D1. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Ireland?
So I had a question on this. Did we get more than one bid on this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Paul Knippel, our Director of Public Works and Utilities, will be able to answer that question.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This was a collaborative effort between utility billing and finance, and I'm not aware that we went out for bids on this process. The vendor, the provider here is integrated with our city platforms, and we've been using them for the past number of years. The majority of the cost associated with this contract is pass-through fees to the credit card companies. In 2023, for example, the amount of merchant fee that went to Paymentus was under $18,000. The fees alone that were passed through to the credit card companies were in excess of $330,000. So that's the majority of what the dollar amount that you see here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
And Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item E1. Councillor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize an additional expenditure with Office of the Alternative Defense Council in the amount not to exceed $700,000, increasing the authorized expenditure from $350,000 to $700,000 in 2024.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item E1. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Ireland?
So I've asked for a study session on crime, and apparently this is another evidence that we need it, because this is doubled, and our crime, it must be doubling too if we're paying more for defense counsel, because that's actually people that are going to jail, not traffic tickets. Am I correct?
Councillor, thank you for the question. Our judge will be able to answer that for you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. So to answer your question, Councillor Ireland, the public defenders are assigned to individuals who apply and qualify if they're charged, well, either if they're in custody or if they are charged with crimes that could result in jail time. What we've seen is an increase both in our case filings that has been substantial, but also an increase in the number of individuals that have opted to apply for the public defender services. So it's been a combination of both factors. Just for reference, our criminal filings are up approximately 45%. That includes our criminal traffic filings, which individuals would be eligible for the public defender. And we've seen our applications and new appointments going up between 66 and 77%, depending on which month you're comparing to. So there's been an increase in both charges filed as well as applications.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nurmela.
Sorry, I just had one more question. Since this was up, I was just curious to know, are other cities encountering this increase, or other counties, depending on who has an actual court system?
I could only tell you anecdotally that there does seem to be an increase. I'll also note that as our police department staffing increased, we saw a correlation with an increase in tickets written and filings. So some of it has also been that our city has been quite successful in increasing our police department staffing, which we're seeing the results of those efforts as well.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
and Counselor Hott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us tonight, item F, authorize special legal legal services contract for Personnel Board. Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to authorize the city manager to sign a contract with Paul Godek of SGR LLC to continue serving as the Personnel Board attorney to provide legal services to the Personnel Board on an as-needed basis.
Counselor Demott?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item F1. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Ireland?
So do we have is a contract only hourly, like when we call him, or does he get money anyway without showing up?
If I could, Mr. Godek works on an hourly basis, and he advises the Personnel Board. The City Attorney's Office supports the departments of the city in bringing cases to that board, so we need to have an independent attorney advise the board. That's why we have an outside attorney under contract for that purpose, but it's an hourly fee agreement.
Okay, thank you.
See no one else. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella,
Yes.
Counselor Ireland,
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia,
Yes.
Counselor Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
Yes.
Counselor Hott,
Yes.
and Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
You want to keep moving? Okay. That brings us to item 10, first reading of Councilor's Bill number 26. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 26 on first reading, adopting ballot language to amend Westminster Charter regarding the election of city councilors by geographic wards.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass on first reading, the first reading of Councilor's Bill number 26. Is there any further discussion?
I have something. I would like to amend this to make it a 5% deviation instead of a 10. I make a motion to do that.
I second that motion.
So I'd like a discussion on why you chose 10, because I think 5 is best practice.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
This is Claire, Councilor Carmelia. I just wanted to say, so as we all do, we had this discussion in the study session around this, and we all agreed that we want, the tighter the better around the numbers. And so, I'm very much for a 5% deviation, which is, I think we want tighter is more, right? However, we ended up landing, our options were 5, 10, or 15, and we ended up landing, and those are all acceptable options for different cities, right? And then we ended up landing around 10 because this is a major change to our charter, meaning that this is not something we're going to want to go around updating. And so our city will need the leniency in case of deviation in exceptions outside of that 5% to have time to adjust. And of course, the attorneys can correct me here, but I just want to follow up from what I remember from this discussion. I also want to add that we discussed around where are we going to get the numbers from. The numbers come from the census, and the census happens every 10 years. People can move, and the city population changes a bit in those 10 years. And so that's why we're going to need a little bit of wiggle room to work with. We also suggested, I very much wanted us to have a little bit tighter pull on the numbers than 10 years. And so I asked if we could do it every 5 years. And we ended up landing on, we can offer that the city do a review every 5 years to see if it's necessary to update the numbers of the wards. And if it's not necessary, then we don't have to update the numbers, but we can update the numbers every 5 years if necessary, and then we will every 10 years with the census, right? And so I just want to give folks a little bit of context around why we made the decisions we did. I still believe at this point, until I hear further information from our attorneys, that 10% is a good number because, again, this is a major charter change. I believe 5 to 6 different chapters of our charter are going to need to be updated, and we need to allow our city the flexibility to make sure we're not outside those numbers for different reasons. And I think that this will help us all out. And I believe that we agreed that we would try to aim for 5% wherever possible.
Welcome.
Point of order, real quick. I was the motion maker and that was the second. Don't we have to have that accepted by the motion maker in the second when there's an item on the floor before we make a new motion in a second?
Yes. So I believe that to modify the motion, you're going to need the consent of both the one who made the motion and the one who seconded the motion.
I didn't hear what you said.
So I understand there was a motion to approve Councilor's Bill 26, but then, which was seconded, and then there was a subsequent motion to make the change from the 10% to the 5% threshold for redistricting. So I think it properly would require not only the consent of the motion maker, but also that council member who seconded the motion.
At this point, I'm not willing to change my motion. I mean, I'm open to the discussion, but I'm not changing the motion that's on the floor at this point.
Okay. Hello.
I wasn't sure. With your permission, Madam Mayor, Matthew Munch, Assistant City Attorney. I have some more information just regarding the way that 5% versus 10% deviation, what that actually might mean in context, which may or may not change anybody's mind, but would address something brought up in public comment by a awfully educated commenter. You may have heard that he discussed a idealized district, right? An idealized mean. What that would essentially mean, and what he had proposed with that, is that you take the population of the city, divide it in third, and that exact number is the idealized mean, and then you would not be able to deviate 10 or 5% up or down from that. That is not how we have it written. That's not what we put before you. What we put before you is actually a little bit tighter of a guide rail even than that. What we have written is that no district shall deviate from any other district by 5% or 10% or 5%, whatever number you settle on. So what that would mean is, theoretically, were you to set it with an idealized mean, you could then have a 10% deviation or close to a 10% deviation between the highest and lowest. For instance, you have 3 districts, one set 5% above the idealized mean, one set 5% below the idealized mean. Those would be roughly 10% apart, even if you're restricted to 5%. The way we have it written, you cannot deviate, those two cannot deviate from one another by 10%. So even with a 10% allowable deviation, you are pretty close, not exactly, but pretty close to where you would end up if you had a 5% deviation from the idealized mean. That is, however, does not necessarily solve your discussion. It's fully within your power to set that at 5%, and then no 2 districts could deviate from each other by more than 5%. And that would be probably the tightest guide rails in the state, which is not to say that's good or bad. There's things to argue favor and against that. That's where it becomes your problem. But hopefully that clarifies a little bit. And I did talk to Mr. Crujado about that, because the guy knows what he's talking about. So thought I'd offer that point of clarification on the 5% or 10% deviation, and submit myself for any questions anyone has.
And Mayor, if I could, it's both a legal question and an elections question. So it's really important to recognize Ms. Anderson is in the front row, because I think she could offer you some insight from her perspective as to how this plays out when you're running elections and drawing the lines.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Nice to see you this evening. Appreciate visiting with you again. Just to provide additional context to referring to the discussion you had at your post meeting the last time we were together. The 5% is often commonly quoted because those are the state requirements for legislative and congressional districts, which are larger electoral districts than municipalities. So we see very few go to 5% at the municipal level because you're working with smaller units of jurisdictions, particularly when you're looking at wards. The discussion went to both the committee and the council, and I heard the councilor online discussing very clearly what we discussed, but I would also point out the risk from an 1,800 resident or citizen, not citizen, sorry, resident neighborhood to a nearly 3,800 neighborhood. You might have to distribute through the middle of that neighborhood. That would be the more likely community of interest at the higher number versus the lower number. So I also would like to say that your committee had an aspirational goal for timeline as well as flexibility to refer the measure to this election or later. I think the 5% is certainly an aspirational, and you heard some of the detail regarding the language from your attorney. That the goal is, equal, right? And you have a very conscientious committee that looked at this, and that's what it would be. But there are competing values also, like neighborhoods, where maybe dividing a neighborhood would be less desirable if we're required to do so because of that small unit of that small number. However, it's up to you, and whatever you set that target. 5% with that particular language would be a very precise number we'd be looking at with respect to likely respect to neighborhoods. And then Council Island, I just want to let you know that at our exercise for the committee, it was 10% based on the legal basis from the law review that the state statute has cited under the municipal code, and it's redistricting a municipal perspective, is 10% or better. And so that was the basis for the 10% number.
Councillor Ireland.
Thank you both for clarifying. I still would prefer 5%, but I would vote for the measure anyway, even at 10, so it's up to my colleagues what they want.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I also, a couple of things, just with additional information and input that we've received since our last conversation, it definitely has reinvigorated my desire to have more of a split on this council in terms of wards versus at large. I am concerned that we will not be as functional as a body and as useful to the community if we don't have some type of balance between an at-large perspective and the wards themselves. And in doing research myself several years ago and trying to understand what the best mix was, I did find that that split, the balance of having some at-large on council besides the mayor was the best way to go in terms of the functionality. So not to say, and I didn't want to just leave it at my research, so I appreciate that there have been additional members of the community and just additional opportunities to understand what might be best for us. So I do hesitate to move forward without some additional conversation. It seems like we have a little bit of back and forth to maybe discuss what might be best for the, whether it's 5 or 10% for the differentiation between our wards themselves. But I'd either maybe propose that we continue this to a date certain to give ourselves a little bit of room to have a conversation about it versus making a decision on the fly. Or, I'd offer an amendment. So maybe I could do a request to continue, but I don't know what the correct approach might be.
Do we first have to vote on the motion?
I just want to add some further discussion then in that case before we vote. I just want to second everything that Mayor Pro Tem said. I feel like I have, since our study session, absorbed a lot of information. And I do also believe that this could put us in the position to have more potential issues if we are all within wards instead of having a split with a couple at-large seats. And so I am open to amending it this evening or extending it to have a further discussion.
And pre-meeting, I discussed with the attorney and city manager what would happen if this scenario came up, because I know all of us have been talked to. I talked to former Mayor Seitz today for an hour. She shared her perspective and from the group, and it's very much what everybody's talking about. So I said, first of all, the attorney said, if we want to talk about it, that's better to put it off to next week, have study session around it, come out of it and go into a special meeting so we can vote on it, and then we'd vote on it again at the regular meeting, whatever date that is. So we still have that opportunity, and I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that.
Mayor, thank you. I would just add that, so the current draft reflects 3 wards, 2 per ward, and changing the governance structure to something like a hybrid, which is what I'm hearing the idea is not something I would recommend doing on the fly tonight, because we noticed tonight's ordinance as 3 wards, 2 per ward. So I think if you want to direct staff to bring back a hybrid governance model, that could be considered by City Council at a special meeting on the 19th. And because second reading would still need to be on the 26th in order to make the election deadlines that the county clerks have. So your timeframes are compressed. And I would say there's not going to be a lot of time on the 19th to create a new system of governance, but there would be time to consider an ordinance that implements a hybrid approach. That assumes that we would make the edits in time to post that agenda this Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Munch will add to that.
I'm afraid the issue is if you want to implement a hybrid approach, as opposed to what you have here, that will require a few decisions that need to be made about how that hybrid approach goes in. Specifically, right now, what you have is a proposal for 3 wards with 2 city councilors being elected from each ward every 2 years, staggered 4-year terms. Should you decide to instead do, just for example, it's probably the easiest scenario, 3 from those wards, that maintains a lot of this, but you still have to decide how you are going to stagger those terms, if you are going to stagger those terms, and how to implement that. Whether you want all 3 of the wards representatives elected in the same election, and then they be staggered with the at-large representatives, or whether you want to introduce those wards representatives over time and stagger the at-large representatives, which would then require a situation where you're probably having somebody run for a 2-year term again. There's any number of different ways to do it, but City Council would have to give staff guidance on how you wanted to implement that and how you wanted to stagger those terms. There have to be some means of us receiving guidance on that rather than just sort of making it up by the power not invested in
Sure.
us.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I don't know.
Councilor Hott?
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I've had a lot of discussions with several people. We've gotten some emails, and even a couple people came and spoke at public comment tonight and explained really well why it's important representatively that we have a mix. And I did vote for a mix. I would be, but at the end of the day, this is a huge change that we're making. And so I think if we have the time to think about this a little bit more, I think that is the best way to go about it. We want to make sure that what we're doing is really responsible, and this has felt rushed for several reasons. And if we have the time, I'd really like to take the time, because I think in the discussions that many of us had over the last week, I believe the word Mayor Pro Tem used was enlightened. We've all been a little bit more enlightened. And so, and I had more time to think through everything that was given to us during the study session. So I am definitely in favor of taking more time and looking at a hybrid model because I think that is the best representative-wise.
Councillor Dumont?
I have some questions for Mr. Munch. So I too have had multiple conversations. I spoke to former Mayor Seitz. I spoke to Mr. McCullough. I spoke to some other members of the committee to try to understand better where they were coming from and kind of how they got to the work product that they did. And so there were some things that maybe didn't come out in the presentation that came up as points. And I think that there potentially might be a way to accommodate this and not change it too much to some of your points, and I want to kind of run some of those concepts by you. One concept could be same structure, but people are voted in at large. How much would that change the structure if they were voted in at large versus throughout their wards?
Oh, if the ward representatives were voted in at large.
Yeah, so you still had 6, two per ward, offsetting terms, but they had to be voted in at large.
I would have to change some things, but that if keeping the same schedule, keeping the same staggering of terms, everyone being represented from a ward but voted on by the population at large wouldn't require a terribly large change.
The other one that I want to run by you. So in my head, and I've tried to avoid getting too much into what I would do, just because I think that the work that we asked for was we purposely, instead of one of the 7 of us coming up with the concept saying, here's what I would do, we wanted to put it out to a committee so that we got work product from the community to come back to us. So one of the other ideas that was put past me that I initially wasn't super open to was growing the council by 2, having the same structure that you've already put forward that's on the ballot tonight, and adding 2 at-large representatives. And so you'd be at 9, which I think is still a good level of governance as far as the size of the council. I don't know how much that changes what you do. I will add a couple caveats that I think I've heard good arguments on both sides of it. One argument that was kind of dismissed by somebody who proposed this was that you potentially could end up with those 2 at-large people living in the same ward, and then you would have essentially a super block. And so that's, part of the reason, or you could even have the mayor in there and you'd have 5 votes. I think that's a real possibility that we have to think through. I'm open to that. I don't know how much that makes your work harder, but it does give you a hybrid, so it gives you a little bit more of a mix. And I think one of the other points that I would just bring up is no matter what structure we go with, there's some trade-offs and there's some challenges, and all of them are going to take the electorate to be educated and really look at their choices, look at where the folks are from, look who's backing them, all the things that you would hope somebody is doing when they're voting for a representative.
In answer to your question, sir, first I should say that when I said before that the change to have everybody elected at large from their wards would not be a terribly big, it wouldn't require a lot of rewording, but it would be a substantial change in the structure of things from what we have in front of you right now. Regarding the rest of it, it's not so much a matter of how much work it is for me. Thanks to more middle school, I can type pretty well. It's a matter of the subsequent decisions that it requires. And if you expand to 8 council members plus the mayor, you run into a similar situation to if you decide to have 3 at-large and 3 wards representatives. There would need to be a decision and guidance given on how, if at all, the terms of those essentially new at-large city council members were to be implemented, and how they are to be staggered, if they are to be staggered, and if they are to be staggered, how we do that with presumably somebody getting a 2-year term. That would, it's not so much the complexity of the wording, I can work that out. It's time for you to have that discussion and give us guidance on what you want to see in that new draft, which may require more than one meeting, unfortunately. I would point out, not to suggest or to argue in favor or argue against it, but the ballot question that came back from the citizens did say this needed to be presented to them by the 2026 election. So if the council is not ready to act on this, you do still have time to move on it without violating the guidance given to you by the people. Whether you wish to push it through now or then is entirely your decision, but you do have that option for significantly more time. If you decide to do that, we would have to rework this because as currently written, it contemplates changes being implemented in the 2025 election.
So to that point, and this is the last discussion point I would bring up, is it possible for us to move forward with this and come back with another change that would add the addition of hybrid, meaning you could essentially go forward with what we have now and then at a later time add those two other people? Because and what I'm hearing you say, maybe there's a path forward for us to think about, because this is a lot of change. And so one of the other things that you'd have to think about, I would imagine, is when do you add those other two large members? If you did what I suggested, did this structure and then added two more people, that may be something you want to stagger anyway. So I can't imagine that we couldn't put that question back out at a later time. I know it's a charter change, but point being, how much do you want to change things in our charter in a swoop of an election?
If you were to implement one change now and then try to add that in later, that would have to be a separate election on a separate charter question. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, but you also are faced with a situation where the voters may approve one and not the other.
Sure.
That would be one solution. These are what I'm thinking of off the top of my head is the questions that come up right now with regards to these. I know that at least there will be a question of, if you do some of these things, you'll need to figure out how to stagger these terms. It would also be nice to make sure I go through this and make sure there aren't any other questions or tripwires that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head right here.
And I appreciate all that. So I guess, I just kind of wanted to put all this out there because I've had plenty of time to think about it, and I've had a lot of really good, thoughtful conversations that have brought up a lot of good concerns. And, you can cut it in multiple different ways. So I guess for me, I'm prepared for this to move forward as is tonight, to get it on the ballot. However, if the majority of folks want to have that additional meeting, I hope that we can come to something that goes, and this is kind of also why I wanted to vet through this. I want to put us in a situation where this still gets on the ballot this year, because I think that there's an expectation that's going to happen. I know that we gave ourselves additional time, but I do think it's important enough that, you could push this off till next meeting, and I would be happy to stay my motion if that's what the majority wants.
Councilor Zadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank everyone's for their thoughts. I think, so I've been sitting here just jotting down notes that I'll get to in a second, and Councilor Demott, those are really insightful thoughts. I think that really makes me think a lot. This is a very passionate topic for a lot of people. Many people don't know that we're having this conversation, right? This ongoing project, but the ones who do are very passionate about it. Everyone has thoughts about it, and I've heard from lots of different folks over the last few weeks. But it's not the first time I've thought about this. I've been thinking about this for years, and like Councilor Ireland, we've been advocates on this for a long time, and I'm similarly, I would vote for. Honestly, there are a lot of different options I would vote for, because I do think we need something and something now. The way that looks, I don't need perfection for it to happen. I think it is a big change, but change is good sometimes, and we just need to sit in the discomfort of change, and knowing that we don't know what will happen. There's pros and cons of every option. I was listening to the conversation around the at-large, and I wrote some notes around, so we've heard a lot of the bad of having the all ward system, but there are a lot of cons to at large as well. And I was just jotting down. So to be clear, I would still vote for an at large hybrid because we do need something. But I wanted to just say this for the record, just so folks who are listening understand that there are lots of cons to both sides. So the cons of at large, one, it dilutes representation. It dilutes minority votes. If you think about the city, most of our minorities are in the south of the city. Now, us saying we want a hybrid of at-large and wards, that's fine and that works, but it works for a lot of us. It may not work for them. And we know that that area of the city has been neglected for decades. If they had more representation, perhaps maybe that changes, right? So that's the beauty of the ward system, is the potential. It's not a guarantee, but at least it's something. Another con, it incentivizes the wealthy and the well-connected to run, because it's very expensive to run a campaign a citywide campaign. Which, by the way, so Councilor Damat, you brought up the financial aspects of campaigns a lot. I really agree with you. I don't think we should have at large just from a purity standpoint, because it does invite special interests in. It does invite the potential of the wealthy being able to influence their own election, right? There's a lot of bad things about it. Four, it reduces the quality of communication. So Bill Christopher was correct. I think Bill made the comment that from a communication standpoint, you want wards because that person is much more accountable to where they live. That increases their ability to communicate with a smaller group of people. And we know communication, in my opinion, is the number one issue in the city, right? How do we increase, not the number one issue, but it's a big government barrier, right? Of if we can simply just increase the transparency of what happens here, get people more informed, we can start changing hearts and minds, and a lot of things flow from there. When you have wards, that it's much easier for a councilor who's elected from a ward to communicate with their ward versus communicating with 116,000 people. So maybe that will help there. And then, so like I said, it lowers accountability because those at-large councilors may feel less accountable to any specific part of the city. And as we know, and I just talked about, historic Westminster is the area that comes to mind every time when I think about, well, who needs more accountability than them, right? That's literally what they need, is this ward system. And then finally, it reduces the quality of decision-making because you'll have a homogeneous council where we all have the similar backgrounds, similar perspectives, which will reduce the diversity of thought, right? Diversity of thought is very important. As you've seen, we have 7 people. I think we got lucky that we have 7 different ways of thinking. That's not how it's always been. And I think that diversity of thought is important to promote and move forward. So that's, just wanted to lay out that there's lots of cons to at large and hybrids, right? But like I said, I'm willing to, I agree with Councilor Damat, but I also agree with everyone else. I'm gonna vote for whatever because we need a change. At large right now is not working.
Councilor Ireland.
I just wanted to say the advisory committee, the reason why this is one of the reasons it was chosen, because it was simple to read on the ballot. If we make it too confusing, then the people won't vote for it. And if we make the cost too much, like we add more people, they know it's going to be more expensive, and people are looking at the cost and how much money we're spending. We'll have to redo this dais. We'll have to redo that room. It's not just about people, it's at the cost. And so they looked at that too. So that's why I'm willing to vote for what we got tonight.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to address that piece and address a bit of both Councillor Azadi's thoughts. Thank you so much. I agree with what you said. I also believe that that's what drew all of us and the city itself, right, to considering wards in the first place. So I think that that's relevant. And I think it goes into what we're discussing, though, despite the fact that we are considering at-large positions. I do believe that the at-large pieces help deflect issues when it comes to the minority position that it might put a representative in one ward in if there is, let's say a project like our former city attorney brought up, in one ward that could face issues on a general approval from getting that from the whole representative council as a whole, just simply because we won't have folks other than the mayor looking out for the best interest of the city as a whole. And so I do want to make sure that we have the level weight that we need from folks looking out for the city as a whole versus looking out for our individual wards. But to your point, I absolutely agree. I want to emphasize that's why I was a proponent for the wards to begin with. I really hope that, one day we can get some bilingual speakers in here representing us. And then I wanted to address what we just mentioned around the cost. I don't believe that that is necessarily the case, that it would cost us significantly more. First of all, if there is the cost, it would be a one-time. But I want us to be sure that we're making a long-term decision because, again, this is a major change for our city. This will affect us for decades into the future. And so, one, I don't want a one-time cost to prohibit us from doing what's right for the city and representing it properly. And there are seats that can be moved. And so I just want, that to be aware, there is room and we can make it happen without too much change. I know that we can figure it out. So I don't want things like that to prohibit us. So thank you, Mayor.
Roll call vote, please, on Councilor's Bill number 26.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
No.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
No.
Mayor McNally.
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
No.
The motion fails on a 3-4 vote.
So what direction do we want to give our attorney?
I'll just speak real quickly for myself that I really appreciate what Councillor DeMott suggested earlier. What we were talking about is just bringing this back to making sure we address everything we can in our next session. And then if we need a special meeting, let's make that happen.
If I could, Mayor, next meeting would be the special meeting. So I don't know that there is time to have a study session between now and then. I think we need some direction tonight as far as how this should be drafted so that we can post it for the special meeting on the 19th. That way there could be a second reading on the 26th that meets the clerk's deadlines.
If the intention of City Council is to have this on this November's ballot, I will need, in order to get 2 readings in, I will need specific guidance as to what you would like me to draft and bring before you. And as of right now, I don't believe I have that.
Councillor Ireland?
My light was accidentally on, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would propose that we look at a 9-person body with 2 additional at-large counselors and maintain the wards with 3 wards and 2 counselors each.
If those at-large counselors, so I understand your guidance would be essentially what we have drafted right now. 3 wards, 2 city councilors elected from each ward, staggered 4-year terms, with the addition of 2 at-large city council members. Would you want, first of all, do I have that right now?
Yes.
Would you want those 2 at-large city councilors to be elected in staggered 4-year terms?
Sure. And I'm not overly commit or, adamant about how we achieve it.
Unfortunately, I will need, this
Yeah.
is the issue, I will need some specific
Yeah.
guidance. So if they are to be staggered in 4-year terms, then in order to implement it all at once, one of them would have to serve a 2-year initial term.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just have to put this out there because I think that would be a mistake to do that. As much as it sounds nice to stagger it, the problem with it is you're going to end up with a scenario where you can be deadlocked as a council. And I've been on a council that's deadlocked. It's not a lot of fun. So if we're going to grow it, I think you need to grow it to 2 people so that you don't have an opportunity to have deadlock votes.
So are you saying grow it with
2.
over 2 elections?
I don't care if you grow it right away or if you grow it over time. I just think that if you're going to grow it, you need to grow it to 9, not 8, then 9. Because if you're 8, and then we could have a situation where you have to vote 76 times in a night. It's not a lot of fun. So, but I'm in favor of what you're saying. I just, to his question, that when do you add those 2 people?
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Mr. Munch is already thinking about this, but the current draft would implement in 25, right? So the 2025 election, we would have for the first time councilors representing wards, and under this ordinance, you'd get 2 councilors per ward. If you wanted to add 2 at-large seats, you could have them elected in 2025. The high vote getter getting a 4-year term, the second place vote getter getting a 2-year term in 25. So you wouldn't have an even number of council members deadlocking council. You'd always have an odd number of votes by putting everyone on in 25.
That is what I meant to say, but simply to point out that if you want them in staggered terms, then you will have to have at least one time where somebody's elected to and serving a 2-year term rather than a 4-year term. Was that, Mayor Pro Tem, do I understand that to be your suggestion?
I could go with that.
I think that's a good idea because then you have one of the at-large every election cycle instead of them being on the same cycle all the time. But then you don't run into the problem of the council being an 8 even number.
I'll just chime in to say whether that was exactly what I was going to propose. So thank you.
Councillor Hott?
Yes, I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem. That's also what I'd like to see as well.
Councillor Azadi?
I'm looking at the, one thing that I'd like to do is make sure that we stick to the recommendations as well, those options from the commission, from the committee. And that was one option, the 9 people. The other one was 7. I'm just throwing it out there. So option A was 4 wards, 1 councilor each with 2 at large and 1 mayor. This is appealing to me because it doesn't grow the council. I'm not a fan of growing the council to 9. I would like to keep it to 7 if we can, because there's actually a lot of other, there are repercussions to growing. There's costs involved and everything. So I don't know what you guys think about the 7, which would have 2 at large. 4 wards.
Councillor Dumont?
I am pretty adamant about having 2 people per ward because I don't like the situation where you have the rookie council person. I think we all know how long it takes to get kind of up and running and be able to be more effective as a council person. It takes time to understand this job. It takes time to learn the departments and understand protocol and just Robert rules and all the things that we have to do in order to be effective. I think takes time. So I think if we're going to do it, I like the 9 person. I will say that idea for me came out from one of the committee members. So it is an idea that they discussed as a committee. The other thing that they brought up to me was the option that we picked wasn't the one that had the most support. It kind of was up there to get 3 options, is the way it was explained to me. I wasn't in the meetings, but this was from one of the committee members who shared that with me. So as much as I don't, initially, I'm very sensitive to us growing too much, because I think there's a level of good governance, and I think my research said 9 still gets to that. So I think that's part of the reason. The other thing that I want to at least point out, like, I don't know what the ancillary costs of redoing the dais is going to be, but as far as like council budget, you're talking, we're not making a fortune up here. We make $1,000 a month. So you're talking about another, whatever that is a year times 2. That's not a huge cost in terms of the budget of the city of Westminster. So, what's the cost of good representation, I guess, is the question you got to ask yourself.
Councilor Zadi, regarding your desired outcome, 4 wards, 1 city council member elected from each ward, and then 2 city council members elected at large. Would those also would we be contemplating staggered terms for those as well?
Yeah, I don't care. Sure.
So the staggered terms for the at-large city council members, relatively easy. You do it the same way. 1 election, higher vote getter gets a 4-year term, lower vote getter gets a 2-year term. The 4 wards are a little bit more problematic in that we need to divide the city up into those 4 wards and then have some mechanism for deciding which of those 2 wards starts off with a 2-year term and which of those 2 wards starts off with a 4-year term. Apart from selecting them at random or having the city clerk pick one, I'm not sure what the solution is there. Or have everybody elected all at once and stagger it with the at-large city council members.
So I would say, and I did say that the 9 person was one of the options, by the way. So it's the 3 of them. Option C was what we just shot down. A was 7, B was 9. And I would say that 9 is fine with me, because it's still, to Councilor DeMott's point, it has the 2 per ward. I think that's fine. And if we have an extra 2 at large, that works too.
So you would also be on board with?
Yeah, with the 9, if that's what the majority wants.
Councillor Hott?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what Councillor Azadi was just mentioning was what I liked originally, but I do think that Councillor DeMott made some really good points. And one of the points that he made that I agree with is, I think it's really important that we have good governance and not be worried, especially because I don't think that it will necessarily cost that much. I think we could do some rearranging and not necessarily have to redo the entire dais. But I do think there may come a point in the future where we may want 9 because our city is going to continue to grow. And while it can only grow so much, based on our resources, there may become a point in the not too distant future where we would want to make that change. And so I think that it makes sense to make that change now with the wards instead of breaking it up, because I think this is probably, because like North Glen is a lot smaller than us and they have a 9-person council. And so I think that it's probably a direction that we're probably going to end up in anyway. And so I just think that it would be smart to do it now. And I think it's really important that we are really thoughtful what we're putting on the ballot, because it is such a big change. And I agree that I think this is the best for representation because we do have the 2 per ward and the at-large. And so having the hybrid, I think, helps protect some of the issues on either side.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Honestly, I was just going to agree with Councilor Demott and Councilor Hott on the points they made, so just wanted to underline them.
Councilor Azadi?
I have a question related to, I think it's really for Pam. Related to that risk of a super block if the two come from the same ward as one of the wards, so the four-person block. Are there any guardrails that you've seen to prevent that, like limit how many can actually run from a single ward?
I am not familiar with, at least in Colorado, restrictions with respect to how many from a particular ward with respect to at large. At large indicates anywhere in the city residency. And it would be difficult to create a governance model to address that issue. Because right now, particularly because you don't know where the lines are going to go, right? It would be very difficult. I think the best you can do when looking at things like incumbency and kidnapping and hijacking is the closest you could get in an analysis on governance model, like how many wards, where your incumbents live, that sort of thing. So I'm not aware of any.
And I if I'm understanding the concern correctly, the idea would be that if you have two representatives from a ward and then the two at-large representatives also being elected from that same ward, the question would be, is there any way to essentially prohibit someone from running for an at-large position if the other at-large person is from the same ward? I can see that being problematic. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was what was being.
I was just curious. I assume it's not legal, but had to ask anyway. And the other way too. So what would happen if we don't have enough people running for? So if we have 9 seats and we only get 7, or if a seat doesn't have someone.
That we actually are pretty well provided for already. I can call up the specific provisions in just a moment, but our charter right now, that could happen right now. In theory, you could have not enough people run for city council at this exact moment. The charter provides that if really for any reason, no person is elected to a city council seat in any given election, that seat is vacant. The charter also provides the method by which city council will be able to fill that vacancy, which is essentially appointment by city council within 30 days. Failing appointment within 30 days, it goes to a special election. The way we have the ordinance currently written and rejected, but also without other guidance, the way I will return it to you, it essentially provides for the same process. And that would be certainly the easiest and fairest process to fill such a vacancy. Essentially, it would be a vacancy.
Okay, yeah, I totally forgot about that appointment process. That's right. So technically then, if a seat doesn't get filled from a ward, because it's going to be harder to fill a ward, to find candidates to actually run for a ward than it is for at-large. It's a little harder probably for us to assume that someone within a specific area may want to run versus what's been happening over the last few decades. So if that happens, then you're saying we can just have an appointment kind of process?
Yes, sir. But residence in that ward for a year is a prerequisite requirement to be eligible for that office. So whoever the city council within 30 days voted to fill that vacancy with, whoever you put there, would have to qualify and be a resident of that ward. You wouldn't be able to nominate a convenient person from somewhere else. That is without substantial and very difficult changes to how it is currently written.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Demott?
I just wanted to bring up, folks realize that could happen today. In today's system, 7 neighbors could all run and win. There's nothing that stops it today. I just brought up the point because it is a concern that some of the members of the committee had, was that you could end up with these super blocks. But if you really step back and think about where we're at today, there have been times where people live fairly close to each other and the majority of council is within, a couple square miles of each other.
Anyone else? I'm for a hybrid, but I'm not willing to go to 9 members. So what everybody's going to vote on is 9-person, 3 wards, 2 in each, 2 at large, and 1 mayor at large, so that you have direction.
And that would be staggered 4-year terms, both for the ward representatives and staggered 4-year terms for the at-large representatives vis-a-vis each other. Am I correct about that, ma'am?
I see nobody saying no. Roll call, please.
So, Mayor, suggestion, because the original motion failed,
Mhm.
I think that the guidance that City Council could provide to staff to draft the new ordinance for a first reading at a special meeting on the 19th, if you could just poll your colleagues, if that is the 9-member model that you've been discussing, then that will inform our drafting,
Okay.
and we will bring it back to you on the 19th.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Councillor Demott?
Yes.
Nancy McNally, no. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Councillor Ireland?
No.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Okay,
I have my instructions.
thank you. That brings us to second reading of Councilor's Bill number 25. Councillor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 25 on second reading, authorizing the city manager to enter into a lease agreement with Barkentine Brewing Company for the city-owned property located at 3915 West 73rd Avenue, supporting the redevelopment of the Rodeo Market building in Harris Park neighborhood.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 25. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Ireland?
Well, I'm not voting for this because I think it's way too much money. And a resident brought up that he's afraid that we're going to make that building too specific with the grease trap, I guess the stove, some plumbing, the concrete plumbing, including underground plumbing for the tenant's specifications. So he's afraid if that property does not fly, we're stuck with only using it for a brewery from now on. So he didn't like his taxpayers' money going to a specific brewery. So that was things I hadn't thought of, but it was great ideas, and so I am against it. Anyway.
Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland.
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
This meeting is adjourned, and we will meet in our post-meeting. We've got 3 items that will take almost 3 hours.
Ball. Counselor Carmelia, can you still hear us?
Yes, I can. I gotta say, I really wish I had access to some of those snacks right now. I'm hungry.
Welcome to the City Council post-meeting. Jody?
Mayor, in talking with staff, and given the timeliness of item 4C, staff offers up that we can reschedule item 4A and 4B to a different night, and we can go straight into the fire item, which is 4C, Fire Department Facilities and Operations ballot question, if that suits council.
Yes.
Okay. Then may I introduce the presentation? This is regarding the fire department facilities and operations potential ballot question, and it has the same timeline that was discussed earlier with respect to the wards ballot question, which is why we're before you tonight. This is one of the items that I had asked be moved a little bit in time so that staff could re-examine the one option that was presented to City Council not too very long ago, and add two other options for your consideration tonight. So you will see it in this presentation, three options for this ballot question. One in front of the option presented earlier, and one behind it. So we've sandwiched with one that is a higher percent and one that is a lower percent. And that will be hopefully the focus of the discussion. Chief Burke is here. He understands that the presentation that he has is a reiteration of some earlier work, so he will move swiftly through those slides, pausing at the end for any questions, and then we'll dive right into the options for your discussion and direction.
Mayor, City Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to meet tonight. As City Manager Jody Andrews mentioned, I'm Eric Burke, and I'm the interim fire chief for the fire department. We'll be reviewing the fire department facility and operational needs, as well as looking at options to address those needs, and again, seeking City Council's direction on potential ballot measure. This slide here demonstrates the 6 fire stations that the Westminster Fire out of. The addresses are provided there on the left. We also have our fire headquarters, which is our fire administration office, which is located across the street at the Public Safety Center, and we co-occupy that space with the police department. We also have administrative staff dispersed due to space at fire station number 2, fire station number 4, and fire station number 6 as well. This slide here represents our calls for service over a 20-year period, 2003 through 2023. And as we discussed last time, in 2021, we experienced a significant increase in our call volume. That was an increase of 15.6% in 2021. And then in 2022, we experienced another double-digit increase of 16.3%. So looking at those 2 years combined when compared to 2020, it was a 34.5% increase in our call volume. 2023 did not have a double-digit increase, but we exceeded 17,000 calls for the first time in our department's history. Currently, through July, the department is on pace to increase another 3.7% in 2024. And again, this is a slide and maps you have seen before. This represents our 4-minute travel coverage area, or how much of the city or a fire district can be covered within 4 minutes of travel time. As we discussed in the previous meeting, 4-minute travel time is not the total response time. That's the period of time when the apparatus leaves the station and drives for 4 minutes. That's how far that time accounts for. You also monitor that from the time you leave the station to arrival at an emergency incident. So that's your total travel time. This is how far we can travel within 4 minutes. Your total response time includes a minute of call processing. That is the time where the dispatch center receives the call, enters it in the CAD system, dispatches the resources at the fire station. That standard is 1 minute for that time. And then you have your turnout time, and that's where the firefighters receive the alarm at the station, get their equipment, get to the apparatus, orient themselves with the call, and start to head to the out for the response. So total, you strive for a 6-minute total response time. And these standards, these response standards that I just went through, are set by the National Fire Protection Association, and they're very commonly accepted standards within our industry. So the map on the left represents Westminster's 4-minute travel area, and that's the brightly colored dots in the center. And then on the outside of the map, outside of Westminster, shows the fire station locations of our neighboring partners and other fire departments. And the tan area demonstrates their 4-minute travel time. And as you can see with the City of Westminster Fire Department's travel time, as well as the area partners' travel time, there's a gap in the center of the city that is not covered within 4 minutes of travel time. That's closer to a 6-minute travel time into that area. The businesses and residents that are included in that, this isn't an all-encompassing list, but it includes the Promenade, Avalon Bay, downtown, the shops at Walnut Creek, Sunrise, Westcliff Parkway, Highland Greens, as well as many of the hotels along Church Ranch. And that's not an all-encompassing list, as I stated. This is a location that we have a service gap, and we believe would be better served by adding a new fire station, fire station number 7, to address that gap. I also point to the top of the city to review that on the northern part of the city we have another gap. That is an area that we cannot cover within 4 minutes of travel time, and the travel time in that area, depending on where it is in the jurisdiction, could be anywhere from 6 to 8 minutes travel time alone. That includes the Orchard Development, Foster Farms, Common Spirit Hospital, Lexington, Huntington Trails, Quail Hill, and Arbor Square. And this is an area where we believe a fire station number 8 would address those gaps and help serve that community. And the slide on the right here is demonstrates the coverage area in the center of the city and the top of the city with the proposed fire station 7 and the fire station number 8. And you can see how well that gap is now covered with a 4-minute travel area with those 2 new stations. This map also shows a 4-minute travel area, but it also shows Westminster Fire Department responses, and those are the colored dots. You can see in the center of the city how many of those dots are not within the 4-minute travel area, as well as the top of the city, how many of those responses are not covered within the 4-minute travel area. The map on the right now as the proposed fire station number 7, proposed fire station number 8, and you can again see how well those gaps are covered and how many of those calls are now within the 4-minute travel area with the stations 7 and 8. Our analysis, based on today's data, without any future increases in call volume, without any future developments, if we were to open fire station number 7 today, we had run 1,800 calls out of that station. Station number 8, again with no future increases or future developments, that station would run 800 calls based on our data today. Want to review just Station 7, what we propose to be a part of Fire Station number 7. We would relocate our fire administration, so it would be a fire station with an engine and a medic. It also would have all of our administrative functions. I mentioned before that they're dispersed not only at fire administration but across 3 fire stations. We'd bring those all to one location. We will also bring our training center into Fire Station number 7 and have our training staff as well as training rooms there. The city is in need of a backup dispatch center. Our dispatch center is located at the Public Safety Center, but if we were to lose that center for technological reasons or disaster, we don't have a backup center, and we'd have to rely on other dispatch agencies that are outside of this community. And so having a backup dispatch center is very important for our 911 operations for both police and fire. There was discussion earlier about wildfire preparedness and disaster response. The city needs to have a dedicated emergency operations center where we could stand up resources to support incident command if there were a disaster or a significant incident to strike this city. There are three things I just want to highlight before we move to the next slide when it comes to these new stations. These stations really benefit in three areas, and not the service gap areas, but three areas being the first due, how quickly they can get to emergency incident. Also resiliency, when you have a Station 7 in the middle of the city, when Station 4 is committed to another call and a 911 call comes in that area, you have a Fire Station 7 that can respond to it quicker than District 2 or Station 3 or Station 5. Station 5 is out in a call. Station 7 also has that resiliency to respond and provide additional support. We have a set effective response force. So when we respond to a structure fire incident or any sort of significant incident, we have a number of people that we need to get on the scene to safely and effectively mitigate that incident, and that's your effective response force. When we have more resources closer together, we can get that effective response force on scene quicker, better service to the community, helps us mitigate the incident quicker, and it's safer for our personnel. All right, so in addition to the new stations, as I went through before, the data has demonstrated a need, and the service gaps demonstrated a need for additional stations. Those stations had also been identified in our work with previous consultants. But our work and the work with consultants has identified that there are multiple stations that are in need of renovations and replacement. These stations renovation to rebuilds are often needed to address safety and health concerns, provide adequate facilities for all firefighters, address operational inefficiencies, and address design, infrastructure, and structural concerns. The bottom line is that the stations that we're going to talk about now were not built for the modern fire service, and they were not built for a diverse workforce. I'm going to walk through each station, Station 1, 3, and 4, one at a time, and as I do so, you'll recognize some common themes as we walk through the facilities. So Fire Station number 1 is built in 1969. It is our oldest station, but from a structural standpoint, it has held up very well, and from an operational standpoint, it has served us well. However, there are health and safety issues at this station that need addressed, and there are inadequate facilities for firefighters of all genders. When we talk about the health and safety standards, there is a standard to provide separation within the station, separation for the firefighters from contaminants, from exposure to harmful chemicals. Firefighters are exposed to contaminants and carcinogens in the course of their response, the course of their work. When they come back to the station and they have that equipment, when it's going through decon, there's a potential for exposure. And even the apparatus bay itself presents exposure challenges. Diesel exhaust is a known carcinogen, and obviously we have diesel apparatus in our bay, and so there needs to be precautions in place to protect firefighters from that continual exposure. So some of the common standards to provide those protections are to build vestibules between your apparatus bay and the rest of the fire station. Also, the bunker gear, what they wear for personal protective equipment and during structure fires, that should be stored in an enclosed and separate room away from the apparatus bay. It should not be stored in a locker in the bay. And there is a need for a separate enclosed decontamination area. Station 1 does not have vestibules. The bunker gear is stored directly in the bay. There's not space available for an enclosed separated room, and there's not a dedicated decontamination area. So those are the safety and health hazards at Fire Station number 1. As far as inadequate facilities for firefighters of all genders, there's only one female restroom at Fire Station number 1, and that is one toilet and one shower for our female firefighters to share. It's not uncommon for 2 to 3 female firefighters to be at that station at any given time. This is not just a respect and equality issue, there is also a safety aspect to this. As I mentioned before, that firefighters are exposed to hazardous chemicals that are cancer-causing agents. There is a recommendation within the industry that following emergency incident or an exposure, after you've cleared the scene, that you shower within an hour. You know, that sounds maybe easy to shower within an hour, but you have to think you have your exposure, you're finishing your on-scene work, demobilizing from the scene, getting back to the station, and now you have 2 to 3 people trying to have access to one facility. So there's a need for gender-neutral restrooms at Fire Station number 1. A couple other items related to Station 1, related to inadequate facilities. Station 1, 3, and 4, the dorm rooms where firefighters stay at. Now, our firefighters work a 48-hour shift. These dorm rooms were built when it was one open room where all firefighters shared that room. And so over time, we built partitions and built smaller rooms in that available space. But again, started out as one open room that everyone shared. And so the rooms are too small. They have inadequate storage space for uniforms and personal equipment that is required for a 48-hour shift. They're out of code compliance. Again, how they were built to build quick individual rooms and partitions in space that wasn't designed for it. They're out of code compliance. And at station number 1, this is our busiest station, and we're not at the stage yet, but we're close where, you know, we'll have to monitor for a couple of years where we could potentially need additional staff down at this station. We do not have enough dorm room space to add additional staff if needed, so this station is one that we recommend for renovation. So when we're renovating these rooms and restrooms to meet the modern standards, we would expand that to build for future staff if it is needed down the road. Fire Station number 3. This station is currently 48 years old. You know, it was first built to house our volunteer fire staff, and it was modular construction. As full-time staff and additional units were added, the station was expanded. In total, it's gone through 4 additions and a number of significant remodels, mostly with residential grade material. The health and safety challenges at this station are identical to the health and safety challenges that I went through Station 1. There are no vestibules, there's not an enclosed separate room for bunker gear, there's not a separate decontamination area. This station also has inadequate facilities for all firefighters. There's 1 female restroom, 1 toilet, 1 shower. The dorm rooms are too small. They're inadequate storage space for uniforms and personal items needed for that 48-hour shift, and they're out of code compliance. There are additional issues at this station. The apparatus bay itself is too small. We are challenged to house our current resources at this station. At station number 3 is our dive van, and we have a dive boat. However, the boat and the dive van don't fit together. They cannot be connected in the bay. The boat had to be turned sideways, disconnected from the dive van because it cannot fit. So if there is a 911 call, we'd have to pull the dive van out, manually push the boat, connect it, and then respond to the call. That is very inefficient for a rapid turnout and response. In addition to that, we have 2 additional boats that are supposed to go with our dive team and our dive boat. Dive van. However, they're stored at Fire Station number 5 because we cannot store them at Station 3. So what that means is if we have a dive call and we need the 2 boats at Station 5, Station 5 crew is going to have to drive and rendezvous somewhere with a dive van to make that connection or drive to the scene. Again, inefficient deployment model. We can't house the resources we need at Fire Station number 3. We've recently changed just the chassis type of our medic units. We have a van chassis and we're moving to a truck chassis. But that slight couple feet increase in length, we've had to do construction to move the single door at Station 3 that takes you into the base so we can actually open the door and get in the ambulance. Without that modification, the door actually hit our medic unit. And so we've had to do, again, multiple renovations to make this a functional station. From an electrical standpoint, this station is maxed out. This is a station that we recommend, based on our analysis as well as work with the consultants, be a demolition and rebuild. However, this could be rebuilt at the same site. Fire station number 4. This is the station with the greatest number of issues. The health and safety challenges at this station are the same as 1 and 3. No vestibules, no enclosed bunker gear, storage room, and no decontamination area. The inadequate facilities, again, there is 1 female restroom, 1 toilet, 1 shower. The boilers are too small, inadequate storage space, and again, out of compliance. When it comes to some of the construction, design, and structural issues at fire station number 4, this is a station that also has an apparatus bay that is too short. One of the 4 bays can house an engine. It's the only one that can house an engine, and that is a relatively tight space already. We are challenged to have current resources here, and we have additional resources coming into the city. We have a Type 3 wildland engine that's been on order and is supposed to arrive in the city sometime in November, December, and we're challenged to find the apparatus bay space to store this new unit. One other design challenge with fire station number 4 is it doesn't have a drive-through. Our stations have a drive-through, so you can drive in the back, or in this one, you're actually gonna have to pull into 112th Avenue, which is a busy street, and back up into fire station number 4. This station has experienced a significant number of settlement problems. It is located near a creek and downhill of a park. There's a great deal of soil saturation. We have movement cracks in the exterior walls and in the floor. The apparatus bays and the floor themselves have sunk multiple times and had to be mudjacked and corrected. This station has experienced flooding, and there's overall structural concerns due to the amount of water and soil saturation and settlement in this area. This station also has a residential design. It's a tri-level, and so that means firefighters going up and downstairs in their turnout time to respond to calls. That is not an efficient model for a rapid turnout or for the fire service. There's aging infrastructure at this station. We have drainage problems in the bathrooms, plumbing issues in bathrooms and kitchens, and the HVAC system itself, due to unique ductwork, is nearly impossible to clean. This is a station that we recommend through our analysis as well as the work of our consultants as a station that would be demolished and rebuilt, but this one, given all the water and soil saturation challenges that we noted earlier, would be one that would be built at a new site. The training tower, this is our current training tower, built in 1998. This has provided a good opportunity to conduct ladder training, rope training, some basic hose training, but we don't have a dedicated training facility at the Westminster Fire Department. The training center is south of Station 1. Our training room is at Station 2. We don't have the ability to conduct live burn trainings. We don't have confined space training. We don't have access to more comprehensive training props and equipment that we would need for a dedicated center. As I mentioned earlier, we would like to build a training facility in conjunction with fire station number 7. Right now, when we are training, we go to the North Metro training facility. That's 168th in York. It's about a 25-minute travel time each way for our crews to go to that facility. We are obviously out of the city during that time, so not available for additional responses and support if needed. But we are also experiencing challenges just finding time to get into that facility. Thornton has bought into that regional site, and so you have Thornton North Metro using that training center, limits availability. Right now, there's about 2 academies per year at that site, a spring and a fall, so it limits the training that we have for our personnel. And with the amount of hiring that all of the agencies are doing at this point, the academy length continues to grow, which further reduces our ability to have access to a training center. And as we hire additional staff in the future, Westminster needs more control of our training facilities for onboarding. All right, next one. So this slide here focuses on the staff that would be assigned to stations 7 and 8. At each station, 7 and 8, there would be a fire engine and a medic unit, and that's 21 individuals per station. Again, we run 3-shift system, so we would need 7 per shift. That ensures that our engine and our medic unit are in service all the time. On this next bullet point here, with the addition of any new stations, a 2nd battalion chief would be required for each of the 3 shifts. We have 1 battalion chief on duty 24/7, Westminster Fire Department. The battalion chief serves as our incident commander for all of our complex and high-risk incidents that occur within the city, and they are the direct supervisor for all of the company officers, our fire lieutenants and captains that are assigned to the station. Currently, they have 7 direct reports. The recommended span of control for supervision and even from an incident command standpoint is your span of control should be 3 to 7, with 5 being optimal. So if we add an additional station, that's an additional company officer. If we add 2 stations, that's 2 additional company officers. So we would have 9 direct reports for the 1 shift battalion chief. And again, that's why we would need that 2nd battalion chief, 1 for each shift. In total, for the station, 7 and 8, the total staffing is 45 FTEs. Next slide.
Yes, thank you, Chief Burke. Good evening. I'm Larry Dorr, Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer. Go ahead, Chief, to the next slide. Thank you for bringing that back into the record, sir. As directed by City Manager Andrews, the financial team worked on 3 different options for City Council, and I'll describe our considerations in building them and all the details therein, and also just sort of how we prioritize those. First, the financial team focused on life-saving, and that's creating the additional 2 stations that Chief Burke talked about. You heard him describe that these 2 stations could respond to 2,500 calls for service in our community right away, so we put that at the top. Second, training. You heard Chief talk about that, and the idea of adding 45 to 50 personnel to our fire service would put even greater burdens on training that staff in joint with North Metro and with Thornton and so forth. And then third, the rebuild of operations and the impact for a modern fire service and so forth. So we considered all 3 of those. And then also in the costs and benefits, sort of the amount of the tax, of course, inflation, the cost for replacing the stations in 2 phases, the sunset. 2 of the 3 options have a sunset, and I'll describe that and how those are options for consideration. And then the total cost of interest on borrowings. Any of these scenarios require borrowing against the sales tax revenue in order to finance all of the improvements. So those are our considerations, and now I'll just jump into the options. So the 0.6 option, which is 6 cents on a $10 purchase, would create an increase in tax in the 2 different counties. And I know that was a consideration at council, so I've got those presented there. And at the moment, in Jefferson County, the total sales tax is 8.35, so that would bring the total sales tax to 8.95. And in Adams County, the total rate is 8.6, so that would bring it to 9.2. This would allow for the construction of stations 7 and 8. It would also allow for and finance the new training facility, and it would allow for the rebuilding of stations 3 and 4. And then in all scenarios allows for the remodeling of Station 1 as described by the chief. Then this gets into the tax sunset. One of the advantages of this, a disadvantage being it's obviously the highest rate of sales tax, but an advantage is that the sunset would come on 5 years earlier because the debt years would be 15, and 1/2 of the sales tax would sunset after 15 years. It would sunset sooner, and it would sunset to a lower level than the 0.35 option, which I'll get to in a moment. And what that means is because of the shorter term and the slightly lower interest rate, the total interest on borrowings would be lower, and that's one of the pros of the 0.6 option. And you see that the total cost of interest on debt would be $27.6 million. So that's the 0.6 option. The 0.5 option, I think it kind of reads the same from left to right, but I'll highlight as you get across, and this is 5 cents on a $10 purchase. You see that we've modeled out the tax sunset to occur in 20 years because of 20-year borrowing, and so it would sunset to 0.25, but 5 years later. So you can see kind of the pros and cons and the trade-off. And then because of longer-term debt at a slightly higher interest rate, the total interest cost would be $44.6 million. But all of those facilities get built at once, and so cost of inflation in construction is managed under 0.6 and 0.5. We then modeled the 0.35 option, which is 3.5 cents on a $10 purchase. And at that point, we aren't able to get there is just a reduction of revenue of 30% from 0.5 to 0.35. And so we don't have enough money available to borrow and rebuild stations 3 and 4 that address the issues that Chief Burke just described with both, dive response and updating firefighter exposure to carcinogens and other things present, and the dive boat response. And this would, we'd recommend that the analysis was no tax sunset. The 0.35 would continue in perpetuity, so that at the end of the 20 years that finance the other stations, we would then be able to borrow in 2045 again to rebuild stations 3 and 4. Again, the disadvantage being the cost of construction is obviously going to escalate a lot in the next 20 years. Significantly, those stations will cost an order of 2 to maybe 3 times as much, but you see this is the lowest total cost of interest on debt because the borrowing is a lot smaller. It's reduced by that percent that I just described. If you think of the revenue decreasing about 30%, the borrowing would decrease accordingly. So those are the 3 options. I hope that you heard our considerations in the various options, the trade-offs and so forth. And you do see the green circle around the middle option, the 0.5. That's staff's recommendation. We feel that it strikes the best balance between total cost, the tax burden, and then bringing the facilities necessary to provide these services in Westminster. And then finally, we considered outreach as well. We have done that via the survey, of course, but just this week, Chief Burke and I presented this exact presentation to the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. And they expressed in response to that, of course, many questions and answers and discussion, but they expressed in response their appreciation of the Westminster Fire Department and the need for a well-funded group of first responders and what that means to the community. They also spoke of their concern for rising costs in the current economic environment. And so on the balance of things, their board voted to remain neutral on any of the proposed options or increases in sales tax. Further, City Manager Andrews and I and Chief Burke reached out to the IAFF local union, and the representatives are here today. And I'll say that their response was that further support for the 0.50 option, because it was what was polled to the community and responded favorably and provides all of the necessary facilities and equipment to move this forward as is. So I think that is our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions on any of the options or the facilities or anything that's on the table or our outreach. Thank you.
Mayor, may I add, I asked staff at least 3 times to go back on to that and revisit the 0.35% option to see if there was any way that the rebuilds could happen in that option through creative financing. And I can tell you that they worked very hard on that and just can't do it for the reasons that Mr. Dorr described. And I wanted to say they worked very hard multiple times to see if we could get all 3 options at par. It's on the basis that option 3, not providing the rebuilds for station 3 and 4, doesn't get the fire department what they need, and for that reason, not supported by our union. That we're staying with the recommendation for 0.5%. Offered you the first option because it is attractive from the total interest and the earlier retirement of half of that rate. And we thought that at least council would wish to have 3 options before it tonight.
Councilor Zadi, what's your thoughts?
First, I want to say thank you for the presentation. I think it was great, fantastic as always. 5 cents for every $10, I think, is worth the level of public safety that this will bring us, and I am all for that recommendation.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to staff for their work on this. So I just want to be clear, so the union, what is So the staff recommendation is 0.5. Is that the same as the union? So may I ask why?
Yes, Counselor, I was present for that discussion. I described it a little bit, but essentially it provides for all of the necessary updates to the existing facilities, creates the 2 news stations, and it was what was polled to the community, and you might recall there was a 70% support or likely support or very likely for the 0.5 option. So that nexus just made it clear, I think, for the union representatives.
Because I do think option 1 is very attractive with the total interest cost and, you know, the debt years. So I'm leaning towards option 1, but I definitely would be in favor of option 2 if that's what, you know, everybody else is for. I'd be for option 1 or 2.
Councilor Carmelia?
Yeah, and I know we wouldn't be here if these weren't necessary changes, and I appreciate all the data. So I'm just going to ask the hard question, which is, what do we do when we need another tax for anything else in the city?
Cry.
I mean, I just want to this puts us over that 9 number, right? And I think we should be having those hard conversations.
Yeah, Counselor, I don't know if that might be a question for the CFO's office, but my reaction to that would be we'll have to address that when it comes, and it's a difficult policy matter for the mayor and council to take up. But clearly, these life-saving stations and critical training for firefighters, I think rises to really just a top-level service for Westminster.
No, I agree. And thank you. Ultimately, I know that I'll end up, I believe, voting for this because I know we need it, and I absolutely support, our fire, and I want to do what we need. But I just want to make sure that, we're thinking about all parts of this. There is another question I had on a totally different stream of thought, which is, and I don't know, I haven't talked to the firefighters myself, and I wish I had on this piece, but what is the concrete reason for not having just all gender bathrooms?
Well, that's where we're recommending going forward at these new stations in the rebuild. But these stations.
Oh, we are. I might have missed that. I'm sorry.
These stations were obviously built in the 60s and 70s at a different time with a different workforce.
Okay. I might have missed that. I thought, because I had heard that, they only had one women's bathroom. I thought we intended to build more of those, but I guess we're just building more all gender bathrooms.
Yes, our aim is to build gender neutral restrooms for all of our firefighters.
Right. That makes sense then. Never mind. Thank you. I just want to make sure we weren't increasing costs by doubling bathrooms for nobody. Okay, well, come back around to me.
Ireland.
What is the interest rate you're getting?
I think on the 15-year, these are probably all spread out by about 0.3% between in the high 3s to the low 4s across. There isn't a huge difference necessarily in the 15 to 20 years in the interest rate per se, but as you know from home loan borrowing and so forth, the shorter the term, there's a significant amount of interest savings. So in fact, between the first 2 options there, the amount of the borrowing is the same and the interest rate is about 0.20%. And so, that has a very marginal difference. So the difference in total interest is just the shorter term. Yeah.
We have a lot of big projects with a lot of money going everywhere. It's really hard for me to stomach another tax. I mean, when the roads, they come and want the sewer rates to go up. We got the water rates going up because of the water treatment plant. And now this. And then we had just approved $3.5 million for the rodeo, which I think could have gotten for roads or this. I just feel like we haven't prioritized, and I'm having time stomaching any of it, but that's my take anyway.
I am in support of staff recommendation. I'll give you a couple of reasons why. I know when this came forward, when Chief Menard was still here, I shared that I came in wanting to say no just because of the tax impact on the residents. However, he and you have laid out the case of why this is important. And so if you look at strategic priorities of the city, public safety is number one. And so when we're talking about terms of minutes, that's somebody's life. So to me, it's worth the spend if the residents decide. At the end of the day, all we're doing is saying, residents, is this a priority for you? We're saying, council, this is a priority because that is part of our strategic plan. The other thing that I would say is really important to me that we made a priority in our last strategic plan is that we put some emphasis on our employees. And so firefighter safety is something that the city has put emphasis on for a long time, whether it's the work that we've done around some of the cancer bills at the state throughout the time I've been here. So that's the same thing, and time could equal somebody's safety. And so them being able to shower off after going and fighting a fire, I think it makes sense to me. So I hope, always that we get better about planning and how these things fall off. If you think about how these have all, and you did a really good job of painting how these were developed when they were developed and how we've tried to continue to maintain them, sometimes it's just unavoidable. And I don't know if all of you have, but I went through our academy, and so I've walked every single one of those facilities, and so I can put a picture to what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense to me. So it is a hard economic time. It's hard to think about putting something like this out now, but I understand the need, and I think it's worth asking the residents if they agree that this is worth the spend. So I would support that staff recommendation.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a few questions first. So first, thank you for this presentation. One maybe geographic question, I think I brought it up last time, but it was on slide 4, where you show the discrepancies or the gaps. It looks like the Amherst neighborhood is not captured within either the existing or the future scenario. And I'm just, and maybe that's more about where you locate the station. Did you notice that?
Not on the map here. If I'm gonna go back to, you said 4?
So I'm pretty sure, I have to point, I'm sorry, it's not helpful for anyone, but is that this area here? Because it
Same over there.
doesn't get covered.
Yeah.
I think that's 136, but I can't.
Mayor Pro Tem, we believe that may be an open space area. So this,
Okay.
this,
I don't remember.
these maps work when there's road network. It shows that, where's a drivable path, so it's in the road network. So if you have a golf course or an open space, it's not gonna capture that area. But understanding the neighborhood now served by fire station number 6, and then having a fire station number 8 area would serve that area.
Okay, as long as it's open space. I don't know, without roads, I can't see anything. Okay, with respect to our ISO ratings and I forget the most recent.
Our accreditation?
Yeah, the accreditation. How does the quality of our facilities play into that?
Well, I can speak directly for the accreditation process. I just sent City Council an email recently announcing that the Westminster Fire Department had been re-accredited. And it was our second time becoming an accredited agency, and there's only 124 fire departments in the U.S. and Canada that are accredited and have an ISO rating of 1. To sit before the commission for accreditation, we have to undergo a peer team visit, and they review all of our documentation, all of the data like we presented today, walk our stations, talk to our folks, and validate everything that we're doing and give recommendations. And they had specific recommendations for us. Some of those recommendations, I have them right here, were directly related to what we talked about today, or tonight. There was a recommendation specifically to evaluate options to provide enclosed areas of bunker gear to greatly reduce contamination and cross-contamination. It is recommended the agency continue to evaluate and explore options to address required training currently conducted at facilities that are not geographically located within the city. And then it is recommended that the agency continue to evaluate and explore options to allow for the expansion of adequate facilities, storage space for operations, prevention, training, support, and administration. So related to our infrastructure, our stations, and administrative offices. So there was 3 recommendations that the peer team provided for us, and we addressed those with the commission during our hearing. And so these are the action items that they're recommending for us.
What is our, so you talked about staffing of the 2 new stations. What do we, and I guess that's 45 people per, or for the 2 stations. Is that in line with our current staffing level?
It's the same. We have a shift relief factor that we utilize that determines how many employees we need per shift, how many we need to staff all of our apparatus at the minimum level, just to make sure every engine, ambulance, and truck is in service. And so we use that same criteria to come up with that number of 45. And I can provide more detail if you want, but that's how we came to that number 45, is using the same calculation that we have used for a number of years across all shifts.
And then some clarification on the sunset or just the tax in general. So you're saying half of it would sunset in a couple of these scenarios in 15 years or 20 years. Does it mean it will fully sunset in 30 or 40 years?
No, thank you. So we had a lot of moving parts. I'll tell you, the spreadsheets behind all of this are significant, just to kind of get to these. And so the column here, 1/2 will sunset in 15 years, and only that 1/2. The rest will remain in perpetuity, and that's to fund the personnel, because the personnel is going to be in those stations indefinitely. You know, that this tax increase funds those people, those FTEs in the station, and then also the brick, mortar, and fiber optic cable and all the things, right, that go into the facility. And so the sunset, we've tied, you notice it matches the debt years, because the part of the tax that will sunset is being used just to finance the brick and mortar and all of those things. And then finally, the reason in the 0.35 option that our team did not program in a sunset is the thinking was that in 2045, when the debt was paid off for 7, 8 in the training facility, then in 2045, we would finance another borrowing to do stations 3 and 4. So that's how the sunsets work, and that was the logic. And you can see pluses and minuses. You know, one sunsets earlier, that's nice, but it's a higher initial rate. So those were some of the variables that we put into that. Yeah.
So stepping back now into the question here, our property taxes. I mean, I feel like are kind of lower than other communities, or at least it's not a huge impact on, I mean, I know they just went up, but in comparison, do we have an idea of kind of what are our residents paying property tax wise? Because that's obviously another route that could be taken to pull money in for services that we aren't going. And so I'm just trying, how does that compare versus just with sales, going with a sales tax ad, which no one likes to vote on either? Just trying to get some context for us to be talking about.
Wasn't that part of your outreach, and that polled less favorably?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So to answer the first part of the question, Westminster has a very low property tax mill levy at 3.65. All of our neighbors, I think Westminster is really one of the lowest across the large metro Front Range cities, so that's clear. Number one. Number two is a part of our March survey that tied into the 0.5 option was just that only 44% were likely or very likely to support a property tax increase, but 70% were likely or very likely to support a sales tax. So, and part of the thinking on that from some of the consultants is that, as you know, sales tax, a lot of sales tax in Westminster is paid by visitors or people who don't reside in Westminster. So that's kind of the thinking versus property tax. Everybody, all the residents of Westminster, you know, even those who might be in an apartment, it's kind of part of the whole cost of renting. So that's been the feedback from the survey and the background on the rate. Yep.
Yeah.
And what people don't understand is which school district you live in, what's their debt. That's your expensive part of property tax. I pay like $70 a year for my property tax. The rest of it goes to Jeffco schools.
Right. Yeah, I think it's just helpful for the community to understand that we don't, the city is not asking for a huge amount in property tax to run the city or to help run the city, and that we're pulling in.
And we did inform those survey respondents of that as well. That was one of the elements of the survey as well, was to inform folks kind of where Westminster is property tax. And then, as you know, we had to inform those good folks that many of them pay into a district or a city, and still that was the result. So clearly it was the sales tax route was favored by the respondents to the survey.
Well, being in Adams and looking at the larger number that I do pay, I mean, I could get behind the 0.5. It's, you know, I hate going over 9, but I don't know. It's, yeah. So I'd want us to be able to get the work done that we need to get done. And I honestly think about what Councilor DeMott said regarding just retention of staff, and just as you talk about the facilities and just looking at them, doesn't seem like it would be the thing to attract people. And so I want to also think about our retention and being able to get the 45 new people, if they're in the new stuff, you know, maybe that won't be so hard, but retaining the rest of the folks is important too. So I'd go for the full package at 0.5.
What happens with Station 1 on this?
Oh, I beg your pardon. There were a lot of columns there, but early on in my talk when I was saying Station 7 and 8, in all of these, Station 1 would be remodeled as Chief described. Its remodeling is about 1/3 of the cost of a new station, so we were able to program that in under 0.6, 0.5, and 0.35. But 3 and 4 being a lot more money, we just couldn't get that in under the 0.35. So Station 1 is addressed in any of these 3 scenarios. Mm-hmm.
People know that they voted for 2A and 2B, so where does that money go?
Oh, that money we're still accounting for very carefully relative to all the fire staff and infrastructure added in that era. That's a part of our annual comprehensive financial report audit, and we're spending more money than we're collecting. That's one of the earliest things that I looked at in my coming aboard at Westminster, and we can account for all of those monies coming in, what they've been spent on, and then inflation and how all that's worked out. So we've paid very careful attention to it.
I'm okay with the 0.5. Claire, have you decided?
I just want us to talk a little bit more about this. I mean, it sounds like we're leaning towards making this happen one way or another, right? And I want us to really take a look at, just because on a graph something's in the middle, you know, doesn't necessarily mean we need to go with what's in the middle. And I know that it's not a huge leap between the 0.5 and the 0.6, and I don't want to burden residents further, but if we're going to do this, I mean, the difference between 27.6 million and 44 million is quite significant. I just really that's a lot of money. So I guess my point is, are we really sure that we want to go with 0.5 if we're going to do this? Because you know, 0.6 is, yeah, 10% is not insignificant. However, it is 15 years, which is, you know, we're taking out 5 years from this, and we're saving almost half the money and getting them everything they need. It's a lot of money. I just want us to think about that.
I agree. That's why I'm lean towards that too. The only thing that I worry about is the reason why the union chose 0.5 is because that's what was polled, and we know that that came back at 70%. And I would hate, because I agree, I think choice one is the best choice, but my fear is I don't want our fire department to end up with nothing because the voters are worried about the 0.6. When we know that 70% polled at the 0.5. So while I do think option one is more fiscally responsible in the long run, I don't want to go for something that the voters won't vote for, and then we don't end up, we don't end up, really, the entire city doesn't end up with what we need. So I think while I agree completely with Councilor Carmelia, I do think that there's some risk there that I'm not sure we should take.
You have 5 people for the 0.5. Others that have other thoughts, but you've got 5 for 0.5, so.
Okay. Mayor, we'll bring an action through the city attorney's office for you on August 26th that will take into account your direction here tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, it's 11:58, it's still the same day.
Still Monday. Thank you, everybody.
Miracle of miracles.
Oh, my husband has to be home tomorrow.